And we should be back. Hello. Hello. How we doing? Been a minute, innit? I have no idea if normal latency's on or not. I'm fucking stupid. Hello, Philip. Let's see. Y'all have had, like, what? Damn near 3 fucking hours to EXP grind. So let's see who's at the top of the mantle today. Hello, Kalo. Hello, Sake. Hello, Random. Hello, Arlen. That's true, you never got to start a streams. Been a long time since you've got a start of the stream, actually, if I remember correctly. You got back yesterday? I saw, if I remember correctly, you posted it in the Discord. Yep. No idea why the comments aren't appearing on stream. That's a bit cringe. I would like it if it did that. But let's see who's the top of the leaderboard. Sick and Failure at 300 EXP. God damn. Well, to be fair, I did leave you guys for fuck knows how many hours. But yeah, damn. Alright, everything's working. Fucking EXP gods. Missed a lot of streams lately. That is true. I've not seen your name around in a while there. I was here from the beginning, Felly. What must I sacrifice? Everything. Second after Failure. Failure always comes in first. Hello, Coil. Failure is always the first person in. That is true. 15 people are here and only 6 likes. If all 15 of you like right now, I'll do one little kitten spread. Right now. All the focus have grown humongous since the last time I've streamed. Been busy between school and life. Shit happens, what can I say? Fair. That is extremely fair. You alive? I am alive. Barely. Don't want to. But here we are. I want to be live here. Fuck the living world. I haven't actively been on the stream for a while. Fuck yeah. Can't wait for you to get to a certain part of Antarctica. Oh yeah, right. 2 things. 1. When it comes to Volume 6, I am not streaming every minute of that, like I have done for Volume 5. I kind of realized during the week break, because I'm not actively trying to read Shadow Slave, because I've been reading it with views, that it's, like, lowered down my enjoyment a little bit. I love talking to you guys. I love streaming with you guys. I love theorizing and talking with you people. It has made my enjoyment of the series a little less, because I'm doing it consistently and only on stream. So for Volume 6, when we get there, in my spare time, at the night time, I will be reducing back to, like, I will stream to whatever chapter I'm on, and then some, and then write shit down. So hopefully y'all don't mind that one. And number 2, a lot of you should know Itzy, the Lord of the Mysteries content creator. He's also doing Elixir, Shadow Slave live streams. You know the guy, right? He has like 5k. Upped in his stream yesterday, I think it was. Because he was, I think he was at the Morgan versus Mongrel fight at the tournament. And I was like, you know what? I'll pop in, say hi, and then I'll get back to editing the YouTube video. Not the Shadow Slave one, a completely different one. Because the more I keep looking back at my Volume 3 talk at that one, it makes me want to end my life. But yeah. But you might catch a stream with us too, talking about Volume 1 and 2. Maybe volume 3 by the time, if he ever gets to the end of it. Eats geeky? Yeah. He asked if I want to do a little Shadow Slave stream talking about, well, just everything that's gone on for the first 3 volumes, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm done. Volume 8 does need to be live. I've been told Volume 8 is so slice of lifey. So I might do it for Volume 8. But Volume 6, that's a hard fucking no. Volume 6 and 7, I'm gonna just do that in, like, a majority of it in my spare time. Hello, failure. Have I not said hi to you yet? Might not have. Are your kids still dying from heat stroke? Thankfully not. It's been fairly cool for the past couple of days. Then we bought like 18 different fucking fans. Volume 7? Oh, what? Got the number confused. 6-7, fuck off sake. If y'all have got chapters that you need to see my reaction for, post them in the Shadow Slave pod Discord server, and I'll pin them. Because they'll be in the back of my head at that point. I also, read a little bit more Lord of the Mysteries. I'm on chapter 50 with that right now. I haven't made a video. I don't know how to kind of portray the last couple of events for Lord of the Mysteries. Did I say 50? I'm almost at 50, I think. But shit's interesting now. Shit got real fucking interesting. With the kind of lurking whereabouts of the Antigus family book, learning a little bit more about Mystery Prior's abilities, and, I guess little character trinkets, like learning, with the Corpse Collector, what's, their name, Frey the Corpse Collector. Are you a Sekiro fan, Kirbs? One minute, let me get my Steam up real quick. I'll do this here. You're gonna be spoiled about Volume 7 if you do it live. It's guaranteed. Ugh, that's icky. Whoa, what was that about? Yeah, I like Sekiro quite a bit. I also like Elden Ring. And a good chunk of the Dark Souls series. Fuck off, I have not played only 50 hours of Dark Souls 2. I played way more than that. And I got Bloodborne's emulator working. So there's that too. Should I give Lord of the Mysteries another try, or should I stick to the manga? It depends. If it didn't captivate you, I'd just say stick to the anime at this point. Because what? Season 2 is gonna be... The specials just came out with anime original content from what I've heard, and they're really, really, really fucking good. And Season 2's 40 episodes. And that's getting split into 2 different courses, so you might as well just stick with the anime at this point. But that's enough of the fucking ramble, because how long have we been streaming for? 11 minutes? Oh, right. Keys. Let's show you the fat asses. Here they are. Fatter than ever. And don't forget, these are the youngest. Even though Cassie is the smallest out of all of them. But yeah, they're doing well. The fur is nice and clean. All of them have got bathed. and we will be keeping Sonny for a little while. Because that's going to my cousin, and he can't financially do anything about it right now, plus he's going to be on holiday for a majority of the summer. So we're keeping Sonny until September. Give or take. But let's get into this shit. Novel Fire has indeed died. It is currently Novel Phoenix. So, there's that. Anyway, chapter 930. Why is chat there? What? What the fuck happened to chat? No. Down there, silly. The fuck was that about? You'll be reversed for... What? Oh, my B's reversed for subscribe. Yeah. It's been like that for, like, what? 2 weeks now? Going to 950 this stream? I'm gonna see how far I can go for this stream without shit failing on me. And then we'll do a little bit of a Bloodborne stream on, Saturday. Josh, if I gave you one of my stories, would you read it? Yeah, post it in the random Discord. It's gonna be a big boy by September. Oh, Sonny's gonna be fucking huge. Sonny's gonna be fucking gigantic. Anyway, chapter 930, The Old Tunnel. The convoy stopped soon after entering the tunnel. After a few moments, nothing apart from the muffled blows that continued to rain on the wall of the shadows could be heard. Scared and exhausted, the people were all lost and slightly disorientated. Sonny's voice brought them back to reality. Glancing into the depths of the tunnel to make sure that nothing was attacking them from that direction, at least not yet, he backed up a little and studied the cold stones above him. Surely detonating a part of the tunnel's roof was not the smartest idea, considering how old it was. However, the alternative was even worse. They had been stopped by the bloodied beast from following the convoy inside. And his walls of shadows were not going to last long, considering how little essence Sonny had left. He had truly burned through a lot of it during the last desperate dash to save the rare vehicles. Actually, Sonny had not even known that he was capable of doing something like that. The scope and scale of the complex use of shadow manifestation was unlike anything he had been able to achieve before. The urgency of the situation and the raging adrenaline had helped him achieve a new level of mastery over his aspect, and now he was exhausted. So the entrance of the tunnel had to go. I feel really awkward if there's a collapsed section of it further ahead. You want to go out, Gail? Come on. Come on. Oh. I'm stuck on the true Allfather debating killing myself. That's my favorite fight in the entire fucking game. I love the true Allfather fight. Oh shit, we're here. I'm gonna make myself coffee. Yeah, and we're gonna be here for a while. Still, the convoy could find a way to dig through the stone debris. They would not be able to resurrect from the dead if the devouring clouds swallowed them whole, though. With the help of the explosives that Sergeant Gare provided, Kim's ability to see weak points in both the living and inanimate objects, and Professor Obel's knowledge of the mundane science, they were able to detonate a few charges and collapse the entrance of the tunnel, cutting themselves off from the outside world. Now there was no way back, only forward, deeper into the darkness. Nevertheless, the people were finally safe. Relatively speaking, of course. They did not know what awaited them ahead. In the area expanse of the old tunnel, so Sonny posted plenty of sentries in front of the Rhino. Only then did they have time to assess the state of things. The convoy looked battered. Every vehicle received a little bit of damage, and many were splattered with blood of the nightmare creatures and the irregulars, and the mundane soldiers had killed. However, almost all of them could still move. The only exception was the rear military vehicle that Sonny had saved. That one was a complete goner. In fact, it looked more like a heap of scrap metal than a working machine now. The fact that it had somehow survived to drive through the tunnel was nothing short of a miracle. Its crew had suffered too. One of the soldiers was dead and the rest were seriously wounded. A few of them had died from the wounds too. If not for Quentin, currently he was trying to stem the bleeding of the turret operator, whose arm was terribly mangled. Even with the healer's abilities, the man's limb was too damaged to preserve. After taking one glance at the terrible mass of torn flesh and splintered bones, Sonny knew that it would have to be amputated. Damn. If only Sonny was able to, like, share his Weaver's blood. Not a lot, like a temporary boost. Be like a fucking weird-ass vampire. Be like, just, oh, like Barn from Seven Deadly Sins. Be like, just take my blood. Just take it and accept it and run with it and heal, because you only have it for a short time. Hi, Rish. Alright, I'm gonna put the chapters in the Discord. It's further away than I thought. What, for volume 6 and 7? Like the mandatory read chapters? Bye guys, I realize I have to attend classes tomorrow. Alright, later novels. You put them... Chapter 1202 and 1224 specifically have to be streamed. But the whole of 775 plus stretch has to be streamed too, not gonna lie. Oh, isn't that the very beginning of volume 6 though? I mean, yeah, I'll stream that. That's fine. I'll stream the beginning and endings of novels. I feel like that one's guaranteed. Fuck off. But thank you, Kayla. He had already been in a somber mood because of the exhaustion, but now it's even darker. Perhaps he should be thanking the dead gods. Thank the dead gods that only one of his men had been killed during the desperate escape of the devouring cloud. But Sonny did not feel thankful. Hello. What are you doing? Wanna see Mama? Oh, yeah, there's a child. Instead, he remembered the brazen claim he had made to Professor Orbel not too long ago. A promise to try and save everyone who he had entrusted their lives to him. Sonny had already failed that promise twice. The death of the old refugee woman he had outside of his control, but the fallen soldier, that one was a direct result of his decision. Sonny had killed many people in the past, but he had never been responsible for someone's death. Or rather, he had never experienced the death of someone whom he was responsible for. It was a bitter, scathing feeling. Why did he have to bear the burden of some stranger's death? Who asked that soldier to be so weak? Sonny clenched his fists. So annoying. He remained motionless for a while, then winced. In any case, the loss of the military vehicle was painful, not too impactful. Losing another civilian transport would have been too much. Losing another civilian transport would have been much more damaging, not to mention lethal. All in all, they had all gotten off easy. Sonny had fully expected to watch the whole convoy be destroyed after finding out the approaching horde of flying abominations. Losing just a single soldier, no matter how resentful he felt about it, was incredible luck. Of course, he was not out of the woods yet. He did not know anything about the old tunnel, but suspected that traveling through would not be very safe. In fact, his decision to seek shelter inside could potentially result in a fatal failure. Or in a fate similar or even far worse than being quickly gobbled up by the devouring cloud. Brimming with optimism, am I? In any kind of nightmare creatures could have built a nest in here after the chain of nightmares came. More disturbingly, the tunnel could be home to something that had entered the waking world much earlier. Humans did a good job of either closing or containing those gates that opened within the borders or within the vicinity of the population centers, out of necessity. But no one had bothered or had resources to do the same in the wilderness, provided most gates manifested near places where a lot of people lived. But not all. Somewhere inside the tunnel, they could potentially meet an abomination that had been dwelling here for decades or maybe even half a century. Surely there was also a possibility where there was no nightmare creatures inside, and they were completely safe. Honestly speaking, the chances were equally high. Unconvinced, Sonny walked in front of the convoy, past the massive form of the Rhino, and stopped near the sentries. Up ahead, a long stretch of the tunnel was illuminated by headlights of the APC. He stared into the darkness beyond. After a while, he looked down and let out a heavy sigh. That does not bode well. He couldn't see anything. Not in the sense that there was nothing ahead, but rather he could not see through the gloom that enveloped the tunnel. That could only mean one thing, that this place was not shrouded in shadows, but drowned in true, pure, eternal darkness. Oh, shit! Oh, what the fuck? Notes? We haven't had to deal with eternal darkness in a long, long time. Holy fuck. When was the last time we had to deal with eternal darkness? The blood? The blood of the thingy-mabob? The Kraken? The Kraken? Yeah, no, you're not... No. Open up. Would it be here? Yep. Oh, that is actually incredibly handy. The Black Knight as well. The one that's very similar to the Saint. That was also made of pure darkness. The temple? Was the Night Temple pure darkness? Or had the pure darkness enveloping it? Because I know Sonny couldn't sense shit, but that was because of the runes within the place. Sonny's roommate? Yeah. I remember that one. I'm also kind of surprised Saint isn't actually made from pure darkness. Nah, but I like Saint, so I'm not surprised. Anyway, that's interesting. That is fascinating. Anyway, chapter 931. Rival of Light. That's kind of tough. True darkness was different from light and shadows. Shadows existed in a place where light was obscured or could not reach. If a shadow was vast and deep enough, people mistook it for darkness. But it was all truly was the absence of light. True darkness, however, was more than that. It was an elemental force of its own, one of that both independent and opposed to light. Instead of a simple lack of light, pure darkness was its rival. And since light and shadows went hand in hand, they were an enemy of shadows. Strangely as it may sound. That's why Sonny suddenly felt a cold touch of unease when he discovered its presence. True darkness was exceedingly rare and mysterious. He had only encountered it once before, and that was the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, where it had been born of and controlled by the cathedral's guardian, the Forsaken Knight. That bastard had a glutton. The bastard that had gutted him like a pig. I forgot he got gutted. I kind of forgot Sonny has been disemboweled a little bit. In fact, that unfortunate encounter had been the fault of the darkness that the Fallen Knight wielded. If it's not for its veil, Sonny might not have allowed the Black Knight to get any closer. That was because of his eyes. They were capable of peering through any shadow. They were as blind in the true darkness as the mundane human. Sonny had not seen the approaching Forsaken Knight in the Shroud of Darkness, and now he could not see the depths of the tunnel. Worse still, the fallen devil of the ruined cathedral had only controlled the modest amount of true darkness. Here in the tunnel, however, there was a whole ocean of it. Sonny grimaced. Well, there goes the hope that there's no abominations inside. He remained near the sentries for a minute or two, then turned around and tiredly walked back to the Rhino. We'll rest here for a few hours. The convoy was in no condition to continue moving anyway. The vehicle needed to be repaired and the wounded had to receive treatment. People desperately needed rest. Plus, what good would it do to leave the tunnel before the devouring cloud moved on? They had to wait until the swarm passed through. Sonny was exhausted as well. Entering the Rhino, he fell into one of the seats in the lounge area and closed his eyes. Why do I feel like we jumped out the frying pan and into the fire? Nothing good could ever come from going underground. Every time Sonny had, something hasty had been waiting for him there. His distrust of underground passages and tunnels was only rivaled by his dislike of the sea. Or at least the tunnel seemed dry. Scowling, Sonny tried to empty his mind and concentrate on concentrated on circling what little essence he had left for his body. No matter what came next, he had to be ready. Oh. Wait, if that... I mean, that is true. That is the last time he's had to deal with pure darkness. But I'm surprised the blood of the thingy wasn't mentioned at all. Or the Dark Ocean. Dark Ocean, Sonny couldn't peer through that either. He couldn't see through it normally, and he couldn't see it through Shadow Sense. And the blood of the Kraken, when it got fucking crushed in, that behaved like true darkness as well. But that got dispelled by Nephis' light. Sort of void creatures. Darkness creatures? No, void. Because for it to be pure darkness, it needs to be void of everything. So, I guess we can call the Night and the Kraken pure or void creatures. So that's cool. Void creatures are a thing. I mean, I already knew that clearly because of the fucking night, duh. But yeah. Well, it's waters, not shadows. But shadows can still permeate in water, and Sonny couldn't sense through it at all. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the reason why he fucking hated it there. Or didn't bother trying to go through the ocean. Unless absolutely necessary, like he had to on top of the Kraken. Or on top of the Headless Soldier. Samira was Samira was recovering and utterly... oh my god. Samira was recovering from utterly depleting her essence, and Quentin was busy healing the injured soldiers. Kim and Luster were performing field reports on the civilian transports. The Sleeper was creating a new batch of poison bullets to replace those extended during the fight with the devouring cloud. Sergeant Ginn's ammunition reserves were at a point where each round had to count. Yikes. Only Bell and Dorm had nothing to do, which was why Sonia chose Dan to accompany him on the scouting mission. He wanted to find out how far the exit was from the tunnel, and if not, then at least explore a large stretch of it before leading the convoy forward. Nobody knew how long the tunnel was, and there was a lot of them that had to cut through the mountains in the Arctic Center, where the terrain was too uneven to build straight roads. However, a road met a mountain outcropping that was too wide to go through, though people had often chosen to simply burrow through it and create a new convenient shortcut. We're bad for that. We're bad at, like, constantly trying to build through fucking mountains, because it's simple. That might be because of the difference in its rank. Back then, Sonny was a dormant beast, while the ocean was hypnotized to be a great terror or titan. You mean hypothesized to be a great terror or titan? The sea was a titan, Sonny can't perceive shadows inside beings more powerful. Oh. Well, no, that's a lie. He can perceive through the shadows. It might have just been the ocean itself then. Because he could perceive the creature if it got, like, if it was just out the fucking water and it was, like, pitch black outside. It's just, like, in the water, he could not see it at all. That's what I'm trying to get at. As a result, the lengths of the tunnels vary greatly, from several dozen meters to 10 kilometers or more. More than that had been created during the dark times. Later, when the constant wars, environmental cataclysms, and the descent of the nightmare spell had reduced the human population and concentrated it into a small amount of a vast and easily defended cities, most of the mountains and roads went out of use and were abandoned. So, there was no information on the tunnels. It could have only been a few hundred meters long, or stretched forward for a couple dozen kilometers. Considering the local terrain, Sonny suspected that the latter had turned out closer to the truth. Yikes. Summoning the Crow's sight, he glanced at Bell and Dorm. Are you ready? They nodded. Yes, sir. They were standing in front of the rhino. A few people were looking at the three irregulars, but only Professor Obo approached them to see them off. Be careful, young people. Places such as this can be quite dangerous. Don't use any memories or abilities that don't have to do with fire. 2. Now that we are underground, it will be all too easy to burn through the oxygen anyway. Oh shit, I didn't even think about oxygen consumption. For the mundane, at the very least. Sonny looked at the old man with a bit of tension behind his outwardly confident expression. Anything else we need to know? Professor Obo thought for a moment, then shrugged. Many of these tunnels went through several rounds of additional excavation to serve as bomb shelters during the later stages of the war between the but those names probably won't tell you much. That's a funny way to get around that. That's a really funny way to get around that, G3. Suffice to say, you might find a structure at the tunnel that is not straightforward as one might expect. Sunny sighed. Alright, we'll be going then. If we aren't back after 2 hours, well, I'm not gonna lie, if something manages to kill me, then all of you will probably die soon too. So, there's nothing much you'll be able to do at that point. Thanks, Sonny. Just great morale there, aren't you? Sonny had a conversation with Julius after returning from the Forgotten Shore where they both hypothesized its rank in class, hence why I used the word hypothesized. Fair enough. The water itself was a great titan. The creature inside the sea, it's where it falls. Knowing the sea's rank and its class isn't a spoiler again. Nerve already said it anyway. Yeah, Nerve had already pointed out that, like, the ocean was clearly living. Wow, that was a while ago. For me, at the very least. But yeah. Shit's the tunnel? Yes, it is. Sonny also tore to the house of the Nightmaster. Oh, yeah. Neve. Yeah, they both suspected the ocean was inherently a creature. He tried to force out an encouraging smile, failed, and simply turned around. Carrying luminous memories, Sonny and his people walked past the nervous sentries and dove into the darkness without looking back. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. Chapter 932. Blinded. I hate that. I hate that a lot. Sonny had grown accustomed to using his shadows to scout ahead for dangerous situations, explore the world around him, and discover hidden threats. However, this time he could not, simply because the shadows were as blind as him in the embrace of true darkness. Walking deeper into the tunnel, he instantly felt tense and incredibly vulnerable. Things were even worse than Sonny had thought. Not only was his sight suddenly limited to a mere single point of view, not only could he not see anything outside the narrow circle of light created by the luminous memory, like a mere human, even his ability to sense the shapes and movements of shadows was crippled, because, of course, no shadows existed within darkness. The unique part of his perception had become integrated into how... Oh my god. That unique part of his perception had become so ingrained into him that now that it was gone, Sonny felt blind. It was as though he had suddenly lost his eyes and ears. The whole world seemed strange, unclear and muddled. That sudden change was so severe that he had almost lost balance. Damn. Bill and Dawn, who lived their whole lives like that, did not seem to be disturbed. Surely they had somewhat come to rely on their senses to see in the darkness that Kim had often shared with them, but not to a degree where their whole second nature. Sonny, on the other hand, he was disorientated and felt utterly exposed. How horrible! Grimacing, he gripped the shaft of the cruel sight tighter and continued walking. The blade of the somber spear did not shine yet, instead absorbing some of the light produced by the lanterns of the irregulars, in case he needed it in the future. The tunnel was wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other without brushing sides, and utterly empty. Nothing but impenetrable darkness filled its sound expanse, and so their steps echoed, reflecting the cold stone walls. Sonny glanced at Bell and Dawn for quite a bit of displeasure. He was walking so noiselessly as usual, trained to remain unnoticed by long months of hunting down powerful abominations in the Dark City. However, the two fighters of the melee vanguard were not versed in stealth, and their equipment was not suited for it either. Way to announce your position to everyone, and everything. I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's also weird how much we're kind of looking back on the Dark City. Like, don't get me wrong, all of Antarctica has been nothing but, like, looking back on the Forgotten Shore, right? But this is pretty interesting. That's interesting. Also, pretty ironic that you're reading this where we're at right now. Oh, yay. Yo, Josh, which channel should I send the story in? Post it in random. Or WebNovel, whichever one you pick, I don't mind. Although many nightmare creatures possessed some way to perceive the world in the absence of light, he was still used to being the one to stalk his prey unseen. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Sonny was at the mercy of whatever creature it was hidden in the darkness, and there had to be something there, without a doubt. True darkness, after all, had not come from nothing. What kind of ghastly horror will I have to fight this time? They carefully moved forward, sticking close to the wall of the tunnel. A few minutes passed, and then dozens. What Sonny feared most did not happen. Nothing attacked them. There was no collapsed sections of the tunnel roof that could block the convoy's way out. However, there was also no sign of an exit. The tunnel simply stretched forward, seemingly endlessly, and completely empty. After a while, Sonny managed to shrug off his discomfort and adjust to his new perception, severely crippled, as well as he could. It was still deeply disturbing, though. Half an hour passed without encountering any threats. How far do you think we have walked? Bell and Dawn thought for a moment. The giant man shrugged. 3 kilometers, maybe less. A deep frown appeared on Sonny's face. 3 kilometers is not a small amount. Of course, there were far longer tunnels than this. The floor almost seemed flat, and it did not slope up, neither up nor down. Still, it's strange that they had not been attacked yet. Keep your eyes open. The small scouting squad continued forward. After a while, they encountered a small opening in the wall of the tunnel, leading into the depths of the mountain. The Harrow branch, too, that drowned in true darkness. Standing near it, Sonny thought that he had heard a distant hum. However, a moment later it was gone, chased away by Dawn's voice. This must be one of the additional tunnel shafts that Professor Opal spoke about. There's probably a whole network of them inside the mountain, excavated to house the population in case of a nuclear strike. Bell scratched the back of his head. Who uses nuclear bombs to kill people? Aren't bioweapons far more effective? Sonny looked at him darkly. Tell that to Europe. At that moment, Dawn cleared his throat. Actually, Captain, they use both nuclear and bioweapons in Europe. Oh. Well, it's not like Sonny had received a good education. He had barely known that places other than the NQSC existed before the fateful conversation with Master Jet. In any case, he had decided whether they should explore the side branch of the tunnel or continue forward along the main one. In the end, they chose to stick to the current path. They did not care what was out there in the old network of abandoned passengers, as long as the convoy did not drive and reach the exit. Sonny did not have to know. They walked and walked and walked, and nothing happened. At some point, the lack of terrible nightmare creatures lunging at them from the darkness started to disturb Sonny more than the possibility of a sudden attack. This is too eerie. Eventually, the 1 hour mark passed without them finding anything. Not a scorn of true dark, not a source of the true darkness, not a nightmare creature that might have made a nest within a tunnel, and not an exit. There was not even a hint of it. Stop. Sonny frowned as he looked forward, and there was nothing but darkness ahead. In the end, he sighed and turned around. The scouting mission was both a resounding success and a resounding failure. They did not find anything. They did not find any active threats to the convoy, but they also failed to conclusively provide. That there were nothing. In any case, the time that he allotted to scouting mission was up. Let's head back. Now his best choice was to lead the convoy forward and hope for the best. Despite the lack of nightmare creatures or anything really inside the tunnel, Sonny still felt very uneasy. And that's completely fair. If my ability to be overstimulated 24/7 with Shadow Sense was abruptly taken away from me after being adjusted to it for what? When did he get Shadow Sense? Like 16? So he's like 4 or 5 years now? Fuck that. That would be awful. Sonny should have experience with tunnels that are enveloped in darkness and the First Lord of the Bright Castle. No, because they had torches. And Nephis. So it's not like his Shadow Sense was like completely out of his league. Also, his Shadow Sense was also at a significantly shorter distance. I think it only went like a couple meters ahead of him or some shit like that. Maybe even a kilometer. So I think that also helps. Starting to show how his aspect is changing how he lives. I mean, that's always been the case though. He's always been using that. The poor educated outskirt rat, yeah. My favorite Shadow Slave fact. France is no more. Get in! Get in there! Fuck him off! At least he pulled an immortal fire battery, like the tradition in Clan. Okay. Minus that Europe and the USA is no more. The USA is still technically around. It's just covered head to toe in nightmare creatures, which is no different from how the USA is currently being ran. So, honestly, America is still just up and about. Just named differently. That's for the tunnels. You're thinking of the maze. The maze, they were blindfolded. Walking down the tunnel, they could see fine. Because when they were walking down the tunnel, that's when we learned about the first half, or the second... No, yeah, the first half of the history of the Forgotten Shore, about the Titanfall from the fucking sky, them killing it, then the sea coming about, and them having to make the Dark City, or create the wall of the Dark City. And then they got to the maze, in where Cassie told them all to be blindfolded, except for Sonny, who could keep his eyes closed, and he had to rely on his Shadow Sense. And by following the shadows of the previous cohort to get to the First Lord. Why are there still French people little mixed together like everyone else? I don't know. We will never know. Anyway, chapter 933. The darkness of the end of the tunnel. That's not creepy. That's not creepy at all. Braving the silent darkness, they retraced the footsteps and arrived back at the collapsed entrance of the tunnel after a long and tense hour. Nothing dangerous happened on the way back, and the convoy seemed to have fared well in the absence too. The uneventfulness of it all was deeply disturbing. Hiding his concern, Sonny glancing at the dark walls surrounding them, the battered vehicle stood motionlessly in the wheels resting in the cold asphalt floor. Here and there, people could be seen resting or hurrying to complete various tasks. I don't like this. Frowning, he headed toward the hatch of the Rhino, the people he needed to hear from where they already gathered there, ready to report the state of things. As Sonny passed the sentries, one of them suddenly called out to him. "Captain Sunless, sir." He slowed down and gave the soldier a dark look. "Yes?" "Hi, Harsh." The man hesitated for a few moments. His face was still, but his tired eyes were full of some unknown intense emotion. "Outside, I was a part of the rear vehicle crew. What you did for us back there, near the end, really saved us. Thank you, sir." "Bitch, shut up. He knows." Sonny stared at him blankly for a bit, then turned away with a scoff. I'm in charge of this convoy vehicle. These are my vehicles, and you are my people. No one takes what's mine, especially without paying a price. Do you know how much that vehicle would cost?" God damn it, Sonny. I'm not gonna be here today. I've been procrastinating stuff. That's honestly valid. Oh my god, dogs are so loud. I also like how he's constantly reiterating this whole "I'm a greedy ass motherfucker" rhetoric. It's a lot of yelling in the background. Always is. Get used to it. Not a chance in hell I'm gonna be able to calm those dogs nor my mother down. Walking, talking fucking sirens. With that, he shook his head and walked away. What a weird guy. The irregulars, as well as Sergeant Gein, Professor Roble, and Beth, were waiting in the command suite of the Rhino. Sonny received several reports and slightly improved his mood. The convoy had lost one civilian transport and one military vehicle as a result of the encountering devouring cloud. Luckily, it did not affect the logistics too adversely. After sacrificing the mobile infirmary to accommodate the dispatched refugees, all they had really lost was a bit of firepower. The remaining vehicles had all patched up and ready to move. Sergeant Gein sighed. "We don't have a lot of ammunition left, sir. Additionally, our reserves of drinking water is also severely reduced. We discarded a lot of it to lighten the load on the transport before the swarm arrived. It should not have been a problem in the next several days, but after that..." Sonny waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about the water. I literally have an endless source of water." I mean, yeah, that's true. How much it costs? Yeah, no, Sonny's a stingy prick. Yes, Sonny's stingy like Nami. Yeah. I'd say they're as bad as each other. And that's why I love them. Because I love Nami and I love Sonny. He remained silent for a while. Considering the options, they could either pass through the tunnel or remain where they were and try to dig their way out when they had some time that passed. Both options were less than ideal. It all comes down to how long I want to remain in the tunnel, it seems. Oh my god, Sonny can just remake the ice caps. I mean, yeah, I guess. So the vehicles are more important than the soldiers? No. No. We never said that. Nor did he. He's just making a comment about how both of them are his responsibility. The whole, do you know how much that costs, was more of a little joke. The first option would allow the convoy to escape from underground sooner, if it all went well during the drive to the opposite exit. The second option would force them to stay inside for much longer, but it did not demand driving deeper into the chilling darkness. Neither was a free risk. Curses. In the end, Sonny really disliked the idea of staying in the airy tunnel even for a minute longer than it was necessary. He sighed. Start the engines. We're leaving. A few minutes later, the Rhino came to life and rolled forward, slowly gaining speed. The beams of powerful spotlights installed on top of the roof cut through the darkness, forcing it to flee the cling of the walls of the tunnel. The civilian transport and the military vehicles followed, staying close to the massive APC. The darkness flowed back and devoured everything once again behind them, making it seem as though the convoy was traveling inside a small, fleeting, fragile island of light. Ugh. I hate that. Sonny climbed onto the roof of the Rhino and stayed there with Saint, staring into the darkness with a grim expression on his face. He was still blind to everything that was happening outside the small bubble of light, which made him incredibly nervous. Where is it? Where's the source of all this darkness? When will it attack? Minutes passed, but during the scouting mission, nothing happened. The convoy rolled forward with modest but consistent speed. Meter after meter, the old asphalt disappeared under the wheels of the Rhino, and the stone walls seemed to be moving past them, vanishing into the darkness. The tunnel was silent, with only a few passings of the human vehicles making any noise. For the first time, from time to time, side passages opened up either left or to the right of the convoy, making Sonny especially nervous. All these paths sloped down, leading deeper underground. He's preparing for something to lunge at them from the darkness, but nothing did. Ignore them. We don't need to set a foot in these passages. We need to reach the end. We need to reach the exit and escape this dreadful place. Just like that, an hour had passed, and then another, and then another. The tunnel continued to stretch forward, seemingly endlessly. The more time passed, the deeper Sonny's scowl became. After a while, he left the roof of the Rhino and drove into the interior with a dark expression. Walking up to Luster, he grounded his teeth and said, "That's enough. Stop the convoy." I don't like this. Mountains aren't meant to go on for this long. Sonny, 50 credit per sub, the endless. I did not like reading this part, legit creeped me out. Oh, hell yeah, another creepy segment, back to back, I love that. Luster glanced at him questioningly and then shrugged. The APC slowed down and then stopped. The other vehicles followed suit, and soon the whole convoy came to a halt. Sonny left the Rhino and stood still for a few moments, staring at the weathered asphalt. Sergeant Geen and the members of his cohort soon approached from the direction of the vehicles, while Luster, Professor Obel, and Beth exited the Rhino through the hatch. Saint walked over to the edge of the roof, looking at them from above, indifferently. Most of the gathered people had grave expressions on their faces. Noticing the grim mood, Luster blinked a couple of times and turned to Sonny. Captain, why did we stop? Is there a problem? Sonny looked at him silently. Yes, there is a problem, you fool. Can't you tell? Luster scratched the back of his head. What, is there a nightmare creature ahead? Sonny sighed and looked up. No, there's nothing ahead. That's the problem. We've been driving for about 7 hours, correct? What's our average speed? The young man hesitated for a moment. 30 kilometers per hour, sir? Fucking hell. So that's more than 200 kilometers of going straight forward, and yet there's no exit. Do you see the problem now? Luster's eyes suddenly widened. Oh. Well, if you put it like that, that is really weird. Sonny gritted his teeth. It's not just weird. If there was a tunnel of that length in Antarctica, it would be the longest one in the world. By far. Everyone would have known about it. Luster paled a little and then studied everyone's faces. How come no one did, then, sir? Sonny looked down and shook his head. There's only one possible answer. This tunnel, something is very, very wrong with it. You fucking think, smart ass. So they're in an infinite loop. So let's see, since joining the Antarctica campaign, Sunny's had a group of misfits that have been good at their job, but not great. He's had to fight alongside a saint. He almost got swallowed alive. He almost... Oh, right, he lost 14 or 1,600 people during a mission under his protocol and protection. And now he's in an infinite circle inside of a mountainous range that is literally not meant to be entered inside of. Honestly, Sonny, your look is impeccable. I don't even know how the fuck you can compare anybody's look to you at this point. Because this is just fucking ridiculous. Unless it's the mountains that separated the Forgotten Shore from the rest of the Dream Realm, they're not meant to go in for that long. Oh yeah, right. I forgot the mountain is like damn near a bridge. Why not circle? I mean, we already kind of... Yep! There's none there. No, that's fair. I'll just grab one from upstairs real quick.
Oh, there. Yeah, should be on it, should already be open.
Give me a minute.
I really need to catch that mouse.
Yeah, I know.
Big silver ones. Maybe the skinny black one. The big white one won't do it. Should we pack it? George, want to help find the mouse?
What?
Help find the mouse? Yeah, the mouse is cupboard. There's a mouse in the cupboard. That looks very much alive.
Oh, there?
Use Lenny.
Let you come back, let you fucking bust me.
What you guys know now?
Mum, I've had all every day since.
Well, next time we're out, bring the car, we'll see. There's a whole live mouse in this cupboard that Oakley's brought in.
See it from the top, Josh Sickles.
It's only a mouse, they don't bite.
Actually, in some
Mice are fucking cat trees, like a fucking cat sanction. No, ran away from him about 30 seconds ago, so. Yeah, I went past George's foot down the wardrobe. Where'd you go? This tree's like a fucking cat sanction. Well, it's unfortunate, isn't it? I'm pissing everywhere, they're not even using the list, right? It's straightforward. Where's your phone?
We have an alive mouse that Opie brought in, and we're trying to fucking catch it. Fuck us fast. This fucker has decided release the kittens. We're not releasing the kittens to catch a fucking mouse. We have four full-grown ass cats in this house, and one of them decided to bring it in. When? I don't fucking know, but yeah. So that's just my luck. Can you not see it at all? Can't see it at all. Has anyone ever seen Jupiter Lee? Funniest mummy episode ever. Rise like this. Rise like a phoenix, like it brought in an alive mouse. Yep. It's fucking inky dinky as well. It's like that big. Yeah, I'm just not seeing this stuff up. I think he's under the wardrobe. But I think he's under the wardrobe, so we're not getting that bitch for a while. I think it's gone under my wardrobe. Yeah, I did think it's just gone under the wardrobe. Those mice and rice somehow survived the heat wave. Well, mice and rats are like incredibly environmentally resistant. You can do it.
I said bigger steak.
What'd she say?
Don't give it the steak. Well, then you'll have a feel.
My fucking luck. My fucking luck. No way out. There could not have been a tunnel that stretched under the Antarctic center for hundreds of kilometers. Not only would the structure like that be a miraculous feat of engineering, but far too many people, especially the army strategists and someone as knowledgeable as Professor Roble, would be aware of its existence. However, no one had been. Oh, no. Why would they do that? Rhea might actually, but Rhea's lazy. Rhea. Yeah, she just is in my bed.
Well, it's a kitten.
No, Rhea's there.
Oh. You let the mouse in the house?
Ophi let a mouse in the house.
Right, you let the mouse in the house.
Me? But when she brought it in last night, it was a dead mouse, which I promptly threw the fuck away.
I'm just gonna close this because if it runs under your bed, I'm checking about that.
If it runs under my bed, I'm throwing Rhea underneath there. However, no one had been. Sonny remained silent for a while and then looked at the old man. Professor Roble simply shook his head. I'm afraid I can't explain. Which is not too surprising. After the nightmare spell descended, there are many things in the world that science, nor rather our limited scientific understanding, fails to explain. Sonny sighed. Great. What was he supposed to do now? It was clear that the laws of nature were either broken or completely or worked differently inside the tunnel. The space should have not been behaving as it was supposed to be behaved. Or maybe they had simply traveled to some strange pocket dimension that was filled with nothing but true darkness. Maybe they were all under the influence of another mind hex. Maybe they had all been devoured by the swarm of brood beasts and were now condemned to eternal purgatory. Who could tell? Sonny cursed silently, then wrapped all four shadows around the undying chain to ramp up the mental protection. Nothing happened. The oppressive darkness did not disappear. If anything, it seemed more foreboding now. He closed his eyes for a moment. Alright, let's not panic yet. Sonny looked around and... Yeah? So it's under the shoes? Rhea, you wanna go on a mouse hunt? No, not even a little bit. Don't even want to try. Yeah, I don't fucking blame you. Sonny looked around, then walked to the wall of the tunnel and struck it with his fist. A startling bang rolled through the tunnel, echoing in the darkness. In the place where his steel gauntlets had landed, a small impression appeared, with a neck of cracks spreading through it like cold stone. Well, Eastman send the cats towards the mice. I think I might have to. I might have to. You want to just pick up Zeus and throw him? Want to pick up Zeus and throw him at it? Yeah, why not? okay. Oh,
Where's Ria? Ria? Could you do me a favour, please, love? You're good at being a cunt. Yeah. Ria? Yes. Is your prey?
Don't you fucking dare! If we're throwing any kitten at it, it's gotta be Sunny. We're keeping Sunny for a bit. Black one.
Okay. Not for me, I say go on. What Cassie? Don't throw it.
Just for a bit. It's gonna hide for several hours anyway. Has the mouse bitten any wires so it could be like Pikachu? No, thankfully not. Yeah. I'll just try again tonight. Luckily, no. Nothing's been bitten through. Thankfully, fucking Christ. That'd be a bigger issue for me than anybody else. Oh. The mouse invaded an enemy spawning point, of course it's gonna get jumped. Fucking 9 kittens, 8 kittens even. 5 full-grown cats. Yeah. No, that's how it evolves into a Raichu. I don't want a rat. I've already had pet rats before. Don't get me wrong, I love rats. I don't fucking want them. Okay. Sonny looked around and... Oh, yeah. Get back into your vehicles. Everyone followed his instructions and without asking any questions, the convoy continued to move forward. However, this time, Sonny made stop after every 10 minutes and left the rhino alone. Wrapping the shadows around his body, he activated the Light Eater enchantment of the Cruel Sight to illuminate the path and ran back into the darkness. Moving even faster than the vehicles had, he'd soon reach a point of the previous stop and study the cracked sections of the wall, and then made his way back. The convoy moved for another 10 minutes, and after that, Sonny commanded them to put the vehicles in reverse. The tunnel was not wide enough for the rhino and the civilian transports to turn around and drive back. After a while, he gave an order to stop. This is bad. His seemingly erotic actions, of course, had not been without reason. Oh, Lord. What happened to the pet rats? They just died. Old age. Rats don't live long, like, at all. I say that, Alfred lived a long, long fucking time. For what? Oh, the snake. Oh yeah, right, we got a snake. Not the most pleased, I can tell you that much, but yeah, we've got one now. And no, we're not bringing a fucking snake to get the fucking rat either. Whatever. Sonny already knew that it was possible to go back to the previously visited spot inside the tunnel. Bell Dorman himself had walked around for 6 kilometers during the initial scouting and then safely returned to the convoy. The first step he had ordered was to make sure that the same principle still applied. Indeed, he had been able to return to the marked portions of the wall from about 5 kilometers away. The second stop was to test if something would change with more distance, and it had. It should have been long. We should have long seen the imprint of his fist at the neck, at the cracks around it, but there were none. At this point in time, somewhere between 5 and 10 kilometers of separation, the mark had disappeared without a trace, which was very, very, very bad news for Sonny. Oh, yay! Yay! Loop story! Fuck's sake, how are they gonna get out of this? Unless they jump into the fucking ant's nest that is the Antarctic mountain. Oh, fucking hell. I just heard it. Yeah, no, I thought it was the fucking mouse. Scared the shit out of me. Bro, you're a little zookeeper. I fucking know. My entire family is. You'll take care of it? Thanks, sake. How many likes for snake? I fucking hate snakes. You're not seeing me pick up that fucking thing. I've not even seen it in person yet. Like, fuck off. I'm not doing it. It meant that they could not return to the collapse of the exit of the tunnel. The way back, and the second option had been escaping to the surface. Did not exit anymore. Staring into the darkness, Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If he had led the scouting party a few kilometers further, they would have been separated from the convoy forever. Would he have been doomed to wander the darkness alone? Or for the rest of their lives? He had come to the disaster without even knowing it. I was lucky. One of his worst fears had come to reality. Sonny was more capable of fighting against enemies that he could strike down, even if their strength seemed overwhelming. However, he was powerless against the rest, against these circumstances, like the ones they found him in right now. Against a threat that was both unseen and unexplainable, doomed those who encountered them silently and without warning. Simply by existing. Oh, come on and pick it up. Fuck, no, I don't like snakes. I don't like reptiles in general. Some of my least favorite animals ever. Absolutely not, I do not want you to die. It's not a venomous snake. Can't own a venomous snake legally. Well, one with venom still within its proportions. Need to drain it. You'll wake up with it on your bed one day, and at that point, Rhea would have ate it. Or if you're talking about the snake, at that point, I would have killed my brother. Pick it up. IDK, you will have a 10-minute warrant. I'll tell you that now. A 10-minute ban from talking in chat, and that's promised. Simply by existing, against threats like that, he needed someone like Cassie. Sadly, she was very far away, probably preparing for the war between Valor and Song with the rest of the Firekeepers. Damnation. He looked at the stone walls of the tunnel and then the battered vehicles of the convoy. There were almost 400 people in them, and they had promised to rescue. Was he going to become a liar? Sonny tilted his head a little and then blinked. Wait, what nonsense am I thinking about? I've always been a liar. There's nothing for me to become. He took a deep breath. No, it's alright. I'll find a way out. After all, he did not understand the nature of the trap. He just had to break it. Somehow. Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the darkness one time, and he gestured for Luster to continue driving the rhino forward. Before anything else, they had to make sure that they were really not limited to the strange endless of the dark tunnel. The convoy traveled through the darkness, traversing kilometer after kilometer. More hours had passed with nothing changing, and then some more. Eventually, the entire day was gone. Slowly, a sense of dread was spreading through the exhausted refugees and the mundane soldiers. Even the irregulars seemed tense. Sonny commanded everyone to stop and make camp. People needed rest, and nothing would improve if they persisted forward despite everything. As the soldiers started cooking food and arranging sleeping places for the civilians, he walked some distance away and then called Sergeant Geen over. Geen jogged to where Sonny stood, half swallowed by darkness, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Captain, do you need something?" Sonny lingered for a moment, looking back at the convoy, and then he looked at Sergeant and said, "Yeah, I have 2 questions for you. How much food do we have left, and how long will the full fuel cells of the transport last?" Oh, this is looking grim as fuck. Grim as fuck. Grim as fuck. The most exotic pet my family has owned was an aquarium with fish. You once remind me of a friend who once dreamed that he had a phobia against spiders. I mean, I've had weird spider dreams, but I don't have a phobia against them. I don't like spiders, but I don't have a phobia against it like I do with reptiles. Reptiles just freak me the fuck out. They are not my animal. At any which point in time, if anything, they're against me. So, what was that? But it was so much work. Especially when you had a freshwater piranha and a catfish as a friend. No. Well, I actually didn't expect it to pop. Oh, okay. Guess what, mutuals? Okay. I get TikTok notifications nowadays for when people message me, and I just got a message from Victoria, the content creator I was talking about before in today's video. I was like, oh, okay, I've been following her for like 2 fucking years. What the hell? Why does random's messages keep getting redacted? I don't know. I see them pop up. I don't read them because I'm usually talking, and then it's like, boop. And he's the one deleting them, so I can't even fucking look at it. Really strange. Anyway. Chapter 935. Unmoored. My phobia is exclusively spiders. Other arachnids don't invoke the fear out of me. I can't even touch an image of a spider. That's crazy. Mine's just reptiles. I can't do reptiles at all. Like, lizards I'm just straight up traumatized by. Snakes I've never fucking enjoyed the presence of. Snake tattoos and snake art, I can do that all day, every fucking day, right? Love snake art and archrophilia and the themes around snakes and how humans have represented them. In person, though, fuck off. I will burn one alive in front of its entire goddamn family if need be. Hate them. And, tiny holes. What's it called? I don't have a phobia. It knocks me sick, though. And, I really can't fucking do it. Really, really gets to me. I have a bug phobia in general. Just hate them. I just find insects dirty and I don't want to touch them. What about dragons, Joshua? Well, it's a fucking good thing dragons don't exist. One, they die under their own pressure. And secondly, dragons, like snakes, have really cool memorabilia and themes around them. So I don't mind dragons. I had a fish tank, 5 dogs, 20 birds, 3 geese, 4 geese, a dozen rabbits, chickens, and lots of chickens. My nan had 2 giant lizards about the same size as my mum as a child. 2 snakes, one of which that really liked biting my auntie's hand and like chilling in the bowl. What was it? It was a handful of rats, handful of rabbits, 2 dogs, 9 cats. I think Bobby had an insect farm at one point, alongside like 2 little aquariums, one in the entrance of the house and one in the living room, filled with all kinds of exotic fish. I'm not kidding, my nan's place was a fucking zoo, and that's excluding my great-granddad who had a monkey and a pig. So yeah. Snakes are chill. Moths, on the other hand, are spawn of hell. Moths are dirty as fuck. Fuck moths. Anyway, unmoored. Tryptophobia. Oh yeah, that's the holes one, right? Yeah. I don't have a phobia about it. It's just when I look at them, it knocks me sick. I can't explain it. When a swarm of 30 moths swarm you into a room at like 8 AM at 8 years old and start circling you, you tend to not like them. Are you Mothman? What the fuck? No, we didn't. Pops just loved animals, so now we just have a cat. Fair. A monkey? Yes, a monkey and a pig. A monkey, a pig, a pygmy goat. 2 more animals. I think it was a grey parrot and something else. But they were before I was born. I have images of them. Or my nan has images of them with her and all of them. But yeah, kind of funny. Anyway. While the people of the convoy were settling in to rest, Sonny observed them with a dark expression on his pale face. Finally, he winced and went back into the rhino. There, the irregulars were waiting, unsure what to do. It's not like he had answers either, but Sonny had decided what their next steps would be. He hesitated for a few moments. Luster, Samara, and Dawn, go to sleep and report our situation. Perhaps the Army Command has some idea on what to do, or what we're dealing with here. Despite the ominous nature of the dark tunnel, things weren't as bleak as they seem. The convoy was cutting off the first evacuation army in terms of actual support, but the information still flowed between the cohort and the supervisors, or superiors. Somewhere in the government database, there had to be a hint on how to escape the endless darkness. If no one had ever encountered the source before, people would have clashed against it, similar to the past. If not, Sonny would venture into the dream realm himself and seek out Cassie. With her powerful divination abilities, she is the best bet. More than that, he could transport food and other resources from the Ivory Tower to help with the help of the covetous cover, so the people would not go to starve. For now, time was not their enemy. It just had to find a way to solve the puzzle and escape. He sighed. In any case, there was no point in panicking yet. Sonny watched as the 3 of his soldiers climbed into the sleeping pods and as they went to rest to watch over the refugees. The oppressive veil of darkness that muted his senses was still there, grinding on Sonny's nerves. He was tired too. But at least there was no call here. In fact, it's the first time in a long time where Sonny did not have to hear the call at all. Everywhere else in the Antarctic, it just kept whispering quietly into the ear of the awakened. But here in the darkness, the whispers were gone. He was not sure if that was a good sign or a bad omen. Imagine a snake, but replace the scales with feathers. Fuck, what's the dragon from Neverending Story? Or the dragon from Spirited Away? That one. Like a Mayan mythological creature, forgotten its name. Ow! 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 God, what is that Aztec creature? What is that Mizayan creature called? Yep, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh my god, I have a lot of fucking tabs open. Oh, hi, Cassie. Don't need you. Don't fuck off. Oh, I'll kill something. New tab. Nope, that's mosaic. That is. Maybe this? Kind of like a... Kind of like this? It's the first thing, it's one of the first things I think of when I think of like a feathered snake. Other than the previous two that I mentioned before. But that's just me and me. Ah! Right. No, that's concerning. Well, that's tomorrow's issue. I just got a fun little message about the fucking July 4th. So that's a me issue to go deal with there. Where was we? Oh yeah. Unless something changes for the worse. In any case, there was no point panicking yet. Sonny watched. Oh yeah, at least there was no call here. We'll see soon. Ordering his shadows to observe the temporary camp, Sonny climbed into the sleeping niche himself. Things were going to get better things were going to get better after he slept. If nothing else, his reserve of essence would somewhat replenish. That alone was enough to make him feel more confident. Yeah, I said those two. That night, Sonny had a nightmare. He dreamt of the ditch that he had crawled into after being gutted by the Forsaken Knight, and of cold, overflowing darkness. That was an unpleasant surprise when he had grown accustomed to sleeping peacefully. Ever since the Kingdom of Hope, his dreams were usually guarded by nightmare. If a bad dream appeared, it was promptly destroyed or subjugated by the Shadow Steed. But now that Nightmare was himself slumbering after receiving wounds, Sonny was left without protection. Well, that's a bit too bad. Who sniped Dante? Dante did. He snipes his own messages. Feeling less rested than he would have preferred to, Sonny went to the command suite of the Rhino and studied the monitors to get a glimpse of the convoy's camp. Everything seemed to be in order. The shadows would have woken him up if anything happened, but it was nice to make sure. He lingered for a while, then walked over to the kitchen area and brew himself some coffee. Sometime later, carrying a steaming cup, Sonny returned to the living area and leaned on the bulkhead. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the closed panels that hid the sleeping niches. The awakened had already spent the Awakened had sent to the Dream Realm were going to return soon. Finally, when his coffee was almost gone, one of the panels slid open, revealing the inside of the pod. There, Luster slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at Sonny. When the old man flinched back, he was startled, with a startled expression on his face. "Captain, what are you doing here?" Sonny silently brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. "I'm drinking coffee. Fool, what does it look like I'm doing?" Luster opened his mouth and then closed it. He seemed very confused. "No, I mean, what are you doing in my Citadel? How did you get here? That doesn't..." Wait. He finally looked around, realizing he had gone inside the Rhino. However, Luster's confusion only grew. This is not my Citadel." "What the fuck? Wait, what?" Sonny frowned, studying the young man's expression. "Why would you think you're inside of a Citadel?" Luster blinked a couple times. "Well, that's how things worked, right? You go to sleep in the real world and get sent to the Dream Realm?" "Don't tell me." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. "So what you're trying to say is that you did not return from the Dream Realm? You fell asleep in the waking world and woke up in the real world?" Luster let out a nervous laugh. "That's impossible. Awakened don't stay in the real world when we're asleep. But also, yes, the last thing I remember is settling inside the pod, sir." The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. It seemed that seemed impossible. That just happened. An Awakened fell asleep without being transported to the Dream Realm? Luster's soul had remained in the dark tunnel. So how did the soul of Kim and Samara? So did the souls of Kim and Samara. When they woke up shortly after, the results was the same. They had been confused and startled. None of the three had managed to reach the Citadel. That was not good. Not good at all. What the fuck? Alright. What? Okay. One of two things is going on here. Either they're in a pocket dimension, hence why the tunnels were told to, like, not be entered into, or resting within eternal darkness means you can't go to the Dream Realm. It's not, we checked. A tiny mouse. Brown. Without saying much, Sonny reached within himself and tried to sense the familiar pull. The pull of his anchor in the Dream Realm. Usually, as long as he concentrated on the anchor, he would innate the process of traveling across worlds. However, this time, there was nothing. No matter how hard he had searched, his soul seemed devoid of the Dream Realm's pull. His connection to the Ivory Tower was gone, just like the call. Suddenly called, Sonny glanced at the sea of darkness surrounding the fragile island of light where hundreds of refugees were trapped, shivering as they slept. What the hell is this place? What the fuck? What? I mean, the Sonny not being able to hear the call within the true darkness is a really, really cool little foreshadow towards that. But that's fucking weird. I'm getting a monster. I'll be back. Sleepers can sleep normally, it's only when the winter solstice and where they get dragged into the dream realm.
Right. So we've got 1 gallon tomorrow, 1 gallon Monday, 1 gallon Wednesday. They'll all set them off when you want surely. I thought you had to buy it, to be honest. That whole house, everybody got. Including Joshua's bedroom. Listen, kids, we're not conversation. We've got the chance to speak every 15 seconds.
Alright. How the fuck is Sunny gonna get out of this?
Which room?
Eh?
What room?
And the Hoover Whiz. Oh, Kai's in here. Okay. I legitimately have no fucking idea how Sunny's meant to go through this. Go to the Dreamer, but one of the nearest gates. Okay. Anything that can go wrong. Oh, for fuck off with that title. I don't like this. Fuck off with the title, G3. I should have known something like that would happen. During one of his conversations with Professor Obo, Sonny had learned of a thing called Murphy's Law. Anything can go wrong, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. He did not know who Murphy was or why the person had been in a position to establish a world governing laws, but the facility was hard to dispute. Perhaps that Murphy had been perhaps that Murphy had been a bit of a tenacious cockroach himself to come up with such an undeniable rule. In any case, that was exactly what had happened. Everything had gone wrong. Sonny had hoped to receive information and resources through the Dream Realm, but now that all was destroyed. The strange nature of the endless tunnel prevented Awakened from traveling across worlds. He didn't even know something like that was possible. Damnation. Instructing the members of the cohort to keep the news to themselves, Sonny hesitated for a bit and then gave the convoy an order to break camp. They had to continue moving forward. At that point, he did not expect to reach the exit. However, Sonny still needed information. The tunnel was not looping in on itself, as yesterday's experiment had proved that. So there had been some type of magic involved. He suspected that it was a spiritual nature, but had observed more to come to the reliable conclusion. The runner rode forward and the civilian transport followed. Once again, they wandered through the silent darkness, cutting it with beams of light. Stone walls flew by, and since the surface always looked the same, it was easy to imagine that the convoy was not moving at all, and it was instead stuck in place, cursed to repeat the same movements over and over again. The only thing that broke the mundanity were the foreboding entrances of the side passages that occasionally appeared from either the left or the right. Sonny knew that the most logical solution would be to try and explore them instead of subordinately trying to reach an exit of the main tunnel. However, he felt reluctant to do so, at least for now. It was more though everything was forcing him to make that decision, which is exactly what sent his paranoia into overdrive. It's almost like something is trying to lure us deeper underground. Curse it. Milo Murphy. Someone with look as bad as Sonny. No. I think Sonny's looks worse. I just think Milo's is more inconvenient. Sometimes I feel like I've got the fated attribute. Brother, sometimes I feel it most of the time. 99% of the time I feel like I've got it. Speaking of fated. Sonny! Sonny, come here, boy. Or girl. Whatever you are. Bitch. Oh. Ugh. Look how big Sonny's gotten. He's 2 hands now. Remember when he used to be 1? 1 hand, now he's 2. And it's been like a week. Don't try it, bitch. I've got you for a while. Nephis, is that you? No, never mind. Hello. What are you doing? Go play. Yeah. Procrastination's final boss? That's me. Ugh, no, I feel like I've got to take that one. Lucky Murphy had never become a sacred or divine. Literally the god of luck. The side passages were too narrow for the Rhino to pass anyway. It's not like he was going to abandon the APC unless it's absolutely necessary. Sonny did pay the side passages a lot of attention, though. As he studied the entrances and the darkness that shrouded them, a small hint of suspicion appeared in his mind. Apart from that, he was not remaining idle, even if it might look like that to the rest of the people riding inside the Rhino. Throughout the day, Sonny remained in his chair in the command suite. He did glance at the screens from time to time, but rarely, mostly, he just moved his fingers in a strange way, making it seem as though he was performing a complicated dance. At some point, Beth couldn't stay quiet anymore and asked in an irritated tone, "What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to cast a magical spell or something?" There was a deep unease and fear hidden behind the annoyance, though. Sonny smiled. "Actually, that is exactly what I'm trying to do. I am an amateur sorcerer, you see." The young woman scoffed. "Fine, don't tell me. I guess you've finally lost your mind." Finally? Sonny lost his mind ages ago. But he's trying to cast a spell. Is he weaving something? What's he trying to weave? I gotta study something. The Arizona driver's manual. Yeah, I need to do my driver's license as well. It's a bitch though. It's expensive. What could Sonny try to do? At that point, Sonny was proficient enough to not cut off any of his fingers in but Sonny had told her the truth. Although she could not see any of them, he was actually weaving strings of essence between his fingers. At this point, Sonny was proficient enough to not cut off any of his fingers in the process like he had done in the Red Colosseum. There was not even a single cut on them. However, creating strings of shadow essence, not to mention arranging them into an actual weave, required a lot of time, concentration, and most of all, essence itself. That's why he had not been able to practice weaving a lot, if at all. After disembarking in Antarctica, the chain of nightmares was too dire, hectic, and demanded too much of him to waste any precious resources on unnecessary things. I've had no need to drive, so that's why I don't have one. That and trying to get a job is annoying. But now, things were different. By the end of the second day inside the tunnel, Sonny was able to create enough strings to turn an object into a memory. Oh! He needed a bit more than what he wanted to achieve, though, so he continued the task throughout the night. What's he doing? What is Sonny trying to do? On the third day of traveling through the darkness, when people turned quiet and fear spread through the convoy like a plague, he produced Weaver's needle from the Covetous convoy, as well as one of the transcendent soul shards he had stored there before. Any shard would have worked, but Sonny had only had one of these at hand. The needle glowed with a soft golden radiance, using it to create a basic weave. He had begun the process of turning it into a memory. Doing so was relatively easy for him, since he had done so many things in the past. This time, however, there was an especially thorny part in the process. Sonny had to learn how to name memories for the weave at some point. But each rune took time, and additional strings to create. Learning how to weave runes was not easy either, and required a both good understanding of weave and a deep knowledge of the runic language the spell used. He could skip that step, of course, in which case the memory could simply be called by the spell, but Sonny was going for something else this time. In the end, he tiredly put the needle down and let out a shaky breath. Both Professor Roble and Beth were staring at him curiously. The old man had not wanted to break Sonny's concentration before he finally asked. "Young man, I'm sorry, but could you perhaps explain what you were doing for the past 2 days? I must admit, it looks quite bizarre in the start, but now we're both very intrigued." Sonny smiled. I was preparing to send a message. Oh my god! Is he going to send a message to Nephis? With that, he dismissed the needle and disappeared into a rain of golden sparks, making both Professor Roble and Beth blink. Then Sonny summoned the runes and looked at the list of memories. Oh my god, visible to only him, the runes shimmered in the air. Sinus Solus, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream. And then the last one. I'm stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out? Asked Cassie. That's so smart! Oh my god! Memory rank transcendent, memory tier 1, the corner of his eye twitched. What an ugly sight, I definitely need to rename it later. Yo! That's fucking genius! Yo! Brother, I would have never thought to use Shadow Bond like that. I would have never thought to use Shadow Bond like that. Fuck! Yo, that is insane. Can you fuckers piss off already? You know what? Maybe Nephis being his master is a pretty good fucking thing. Spell texting. And only Sonny can do it. How is he going to receive the information back, though? Bro created a private chat. That's, oh my god, that's actually so fucking ingenious. Good job, G3. Chapter 937, Exchanging Messages. That's so fucking cool. The memory Sonny created was, of course, a message to Nephis. The shadow bond that connected them was an innate ability of his aspect, and such existed outside of the spell. It did not matter that the convoy was isolated from the dream realm. The tenacious link remained active. Sonny knew it because he himself was able to see Nephis's runes, so she would be able to see his as well. That, and she told you that, like, the only reason she stayed sane in that desert was through looking at your runes. That's done. The one question was how soon Nephis would see the message, and how long would it take her to come up with a response. Sonny suspected that he was going to have to wait for a while. Morgan's Warbro provided proof that Forge Masters of Clan Valor were capable of naming the memories they created. However, he did not know how changing stars standing in the Great Clan was at the moment. If it was possible for her to change them with a forging of a specific memory for her, let alone it quickly. In any case, he was sure that she would come up with something. Nephis was a frighteningly resourceful person when she needed to be. Kind of like Sonny himself. Hey, look at that, more parallels between them, whoa. Fuck off!
What are you fuckers doing?
I can hear them under my bed. It's getting aggravating.
Cassie.
Hi, Effie. Oh, that hurt too much. Get out. Oh, that did not need to be like that.
Alright, Cassie. And Sonny, why? Look, I need you to get out. Out.
I'm too big. Ah, fuck. Oh, that was terrible. Sonny can just stay down there. Fuck that guy. You know what, Sonny? You're not a smart ass. You actually had a lot. Fuck that. I bet Nephis obsessively checks those. Oh, 100%. If she sees it quick, you know she's mad in love with him. You don't. She told you. She told us verbatim she loves this man. Oh, God, that was no need to be as tiring as it was. It won't be fast, though. With a sigh, he glanced at Professor Obel and Beth. The message is sent now. We just need to wait for a response. The convoy continued in its meaningless march. What happened? Like 5 kittens were under my bed, and I was able to get 4 of them out, but Sonny. Sonny's all the way at the back, and I'm too fucking big to get at the back. My ass too dumpy. I wasn't paying attention for like 2 seconds there. It's fine. The convoy continued in its meaningless march. Hour after hour, the small column of vehicles drove through the overflowing darkness, their sense of time and direction slowly disappearing. The dark tunnel was too airy and exorable and unchanging.
Inexorable.
Oh. Too airy, inacceptable. Oh my god. Inescapable and unchanging. Everything there seemed like a strange foreboding dream. Are we running out of fuel anytime soon? That's what I feel like. They've been driving for like what? 2 days consecutively? 3 days consecutively? Something like that? Like, how many times have they have to refuel? Oh, Sonny got out. From time to time, one of the vehicles would break down, forcing them to stop for quick repairs. The Rhino was operating on an advanced Spelltech engine, which meant that its fuel was soul essence. Luster was more capable of keeping the APC moving indefinitely. The military vehicles had primitive Spelltech batteries, serving as a backup energy source for their hybrid systems. So, they were able to help the soldiers too. No. The civilian transports, however, were entirely mundane in nature. The fuel cells were, I can hear you, cunt.
Yeah.
Got anything to say? Anything to say at all? Gonna pick this up. Although it did not seem like it, Sonny knew that the convoy was on a clock. They drove for the rest of the day and they made camp. The next day went by in the same manner. Sonny spent it on the roof of the Rhino, staring at the entrance of the side passages that would sometimes appear in the stone walls of the tunnel. By that time, they had traveled more than 1,000 kilometers inside the tunnel. Fucking hell. This place was abiding by the laws of nature. The convoy would be passing under the Kirbs fields, the final destination by now. With no mountains to climb and no nightmare creatures to fight, and only a straight road with no obstacles ahead, the distance that Sonny had hoped to cover in weeks was traveled in a few days. He doubted that it would translate to the same amount to cover the ground on the real world, though. 2 days after he sent the message to Nephis, finally respond. 2 days? 2 days for a Spelltech message? Fucking hell, she does love this, man. Spelltech energy is able to destroy Awakened. It should have no trouble powering an app for the whole for this journey. Yeah, pretty much. I mean that is true. She is his biggest fan. Sonny's always the hardest to catch every fucking time. No, just that, whatever. Final destination, like fate to let him off that easily. True. Sonny had actually not expected to receive an answer so soon, but there he was. He habitually summoned the runes to check on Nephis, and then blinked a couple of times, noticing that the list of her memories seemed much larger than that than before. Ever since Changing Star joined the hands of Valor, her soul arsenal improved by a lot. There were certainly benefits to being the adoptive daughter of the Great Clan, so she would occasionally receive a memory or two. It seems that she was being provided with a constant stream of soul shards as well, even if the influx had slowed down at some point, most likely to hide the fact that Nephis possessed multiple cores. I'm not envious at all. Yeah, not regretting my decision, even a little bit. Sonny glanced at the dismissal walls of the dark tunnel, then at the battered convoy, the desperate people who clung on the little warmth they could inside the ramshacked vehicles inside. Then he looked back at the ruins, which showed that Nephis had gained 15 new memories in the span of a couple of days. Even if she had been nurtured by the Great Clan, that was too many. Frowning, he read the names of the memories. Faint Glimmer, Eyrie Hearth, Nebulous Veil, Dire Warning, Haunting Eversong, Eager Cut, Altar of Denial, Rust Weaver, Transmit of Malice, and six more and 6 more. None of them seem to have been created by the Forge Masters of Valor. A Faint Glimmer, Ire Hearth, Nebulous Veil. Oh, so this is... yeah, alright. It's a pocket dimension. That does have a way out. A Testament of Malice. I think that just might be talking about the Veil of Darkness itself. An Eager Cut. Altar of Denial. Ire Hearth, Haunting Eversong, and Rust Raver. First of all, what the fuck? Well, I don't trust that. Thanks. Torna of Heaver. Thanks. I want to get this before. It describes the situation. It does describe the situation at hand because of, obviously, there's a dire warning of a haunting Eversong. That might be because there's... that might be talking about the nightmare spell outside. Because they're in a nebulous veil. Why is Google asking you to verify? I think it tried to get me to a website because I misspelled meaning. It's a code. I know it's a fucking code. I'm trying to fucking decode it. I feel like I'm getting this word mixed up with something else. I'm not. Okay. Then why? A Faint Glimmer. Ire Hearth. I think we just go through. I think I'm getting a general message, but I'm not getting the understanding on how to fucking get out of here. Make it a list, you'll see what it is. I can't spell. Nebula, apparently. What am I missing? E. Alright, let's move all yous here then. Because I can see the find heart. But there's clearly something else that I'm fucking missing here. I can see find heart, but out of the other list, I can't fucking see it. Unless I'm blind as fuck. And 6 more. Oh. Alright, so find heart. Okay. Faint glimmer, ire half, nebulous veil, dire warning, haunting eversong, eager court, altar of denial, rust reaver, testament of malice, and 6 more. None of them seem to have created by a forge master of valor. Sonny scoffed. Clever. Smiling faintly in the darkness, he read the first letters of into each memory in order. What he ended up was a concise message. Find heart, cut, run. Right, okay. Hey, I'll give her that. Smart, but how the fuck is he gonna find the heart, though? The meaning is quite clever. The meaning is quite clear. He had to seek out the heart of the true darkness that drowned the tunnel, destroy it, and run as fast as possible as he could. The first 2 parts, he did not promise anything good, but the last one was downright ominous. Sonny did not know what Cassie had seen or learned, but she would not have included the word run if the consequences of destroying the mysterious heart of darkness were anything short of terrifying. However, how was he supposed to find it? If that thing was so frightening, how would he go about destroying it? Really now, what would kill them be more specific? He shook his head with a bitter expression. Well, it must not have been easy to scourge up 15 new memories, let alone ones with names that could arrange into a simple cipher. So Sonny thought that he should be thankful. Yes, he should. He should just generally be thankful. And after this, he should make a whole new memory saying, "Thank you, we're out, by the skin of our teeth." Yeah, thank you kindly. Yeah, there you go, Sonny. Regardless of how he felt, the course of action was rather clear. As Sonny stared at the walls of the tunnel that flew by, the dark entrance to the side passage appeared in view. What little of it could be seen showed a narrow road that sloped down at a steep angle. He quietly grimaced. I guess I won't be able to avoid crawling deeper underground in the end. How unexpected. Amen. The most expensive reply? God, if that was like a mundane or like a regular ass awakened or master trying to get that message across, fuck me, that would have cost him like so many soul shards and soul lessons and shit. Now imagine if it was rain. Cassie straight up might as well have said, "Run, bitch! Stab it, run! Don't play tag." The most expensive fan mail. Amen, amen, amen. Oh my god. She had to liquidate all her assets to find that message. That's brilliant. Oh my god. Food delivery. What the fuck? Alright, chapter 3, 980... Nope, 938. There we go. We got there in the end. Chapter 938, Food Delivery. The convoy had stopped once again. This time, however, there was one significant difference in the place that Sonny had chose to set camp. It was situated near one of the side passages, which they had to avoid at all costs in the past. Neff and the Five Keepers probably have hordes of memories. Oh yeah, they have to. Nephis has no more money left to dye her hair. Oh, that's true. Rep Nephis' hair color. Currently, the irregulars were gathered around the dark entrance, staring it with a gloomy expression on their faces. Sonny did not look too enthused either. After a while, he sighed and glanced at his subordinates. Have any of you noticed it? They looked at each other, not sure what to say. After a while, Dawn spoke with a somber voice. What do you expect we're supposed to notice, Captain? Sonny silently shook his head. In the past few days, we've been observing the side passages attentively as the convoy passed them, trying to see if there's any pattern to when they would appear. The tunnels looked to be endless, after all, so it seemed that there was an endless amount of these weird branches too, which is a bit weird. She probably applied from a memory known. That's funny. Black-haired Nephis? I don't think I've ever seen Nephis art with black hair. I would try and Google that, but I have an itch telling me that's a spoiler, so I won't. You gents are hilarious. That's my guys for you. My guys are funny like that. In the process of observing the side passages, a sinking sense of suspicion took hold of his heart, and by now that suspicion was all but confirmed. He frowned. Well, I don't blame you, it's pretty hard to notice. When Sonny pointed at a particular spot on the stone wall of the tunnel, right where they made their way to open the chasm of the entrance passage, there's a small protrusion there on the opposite side. The stone has been chipped near the floor. There's also a crack over there. They stared at the spots he's shown, not quite sure the meaning of these small, barely noticeable features. What about them? Sonny lingered for a moment. Nothing, really, in and of itself, but if you had watched closer, you would have seen that these exact imperfections are present at each of the entrances we passed in the last couple of days. The first one we saw was during the initial scouting had them too. With how rough the walls of the tunnel are, it is only expected that these would be nothing but smooth. Nothing smooth about the passages, but still. Exact cracks at exactly the same spot at hundreds of entrances? Don't you think that's strange? Oh, so it is a loop. It is an infinite loop. What's that game called? Passage something. Platform, no. I mean, Platform 8 works as well. But yeah, Platform 8. Not the one I was looking for. I was looking for the Japanese one where you go into the underground. But yeah, it's basically just Passenger 8. I know she had mentioned she had black hair, but I'd never seen her with black hair. Fated sent Sunny to the back rooms. Yeah. Temple Run? No, horror game. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah. Let's just start to chip portions of the wall, then scratch the back of his head. I don't get it. Did someone leave these marks on here on purpose? Sunny shook his head. No, what I'm trying to say is that there's no other. There are no hundreds of entrances. There's just one entrance, and that one passage repeating over and over across the tunnel. All these entrances we saw are the same, and they lead to the same place. Yeah, fair. Others let us down with regards of her and black hair. The irregulars paled. After a long stretch of a grim silence, Belle finally spoke. So, we're all being invaded, huh? So, we've been invited somewhere? Noticing his carefree smile, Kim shivered. More like being lured somewhere, don't you think? The swordsman shrugged. Well, an invitation has to be alluring, right? Otherwise, no one will come. Kim stared at him with a deadpan expression for a few moments and then turned to Sunny. What are we gonna do, Captain? Sunny echoed Belle's smile, making her eyes widen slightly. What else? We're gonna answer the invitation, of course. Sure, it seems like a dreadful trap. After all, the damn tunnel, more or less, left us no choice but to try and explore the side passages. It's an insidious food delivery system. If you think about it, the food delivers itself. That is an insidious way to think about it, Sunny. But yeah. We are the food in this metaphor, of course. We're going to deliver ourselves to whatever it is waiting underground. Belle's eyes glistened. And then we eat instead of it eating us. Sunny cleared his throat. Right, that's the plan. We're going to try and, we are going to try and only be eaten a little, at the very least. How random. Something told him that this plan did not sound too engaging to the regulars. He coughed. Also, I have a good authority that we will have to get the hell out the tunnel as soon as the thing trapping us inside is found and destroyed. So we will split up into two teams. One team will go down, while the other team remains with the convoy to make sure that all the vehicles get to the surface. The regulars looked at each other, trying to guess who was going to be assigned to which team. Luster was the best pilot, so he was going to have to remain at the random. Samara's aspect was less useful in narrow spaces, so there was no point in taking her deeper underground. The rest of them was going to be a question. Quentin looked at the darkness and then asked calmly, So who's going to accept the invitation, Captain? Sunny glanced at him with a dour face. That's easy. I'm going to take a look underground while all of you are going to stay in the convoy. Yeah. The members of the cohort immediately protested. It's too alone to go alone. Take this! Captain, someone has to watch your back. Please reconsider. Sunny listened to them for a while and then waved his hand. Shut up, you idiots. Do I look like a hero to you all? If I could take you with me, I would. Hell, I'd take the whole army. However, none of you can traverse the distance fast enough to return to the convoy in time. I can, though. He sighed, remembering one of the recruits had decided to pass on. The guy who had a guy who could create rifts in space. That aspect would have come really handy right now. However, there was no time to regret past choices. He was very happy with his cohort, too. Plus, I'm not going alone. I'm taking Saint with me. What, do you think I'm gonna risk my hide if she wasn't close enough to save it? I mean, that's very true. Yeah. It shocks me how easily Sonny just calls people idiots and fools. Honestly, it's kind of uncomfortable. But after a certain point, you kind of just have to accept the fact that, like, yeah, Sonny is kind of talking to idiots and fools. Sorry for the grum sight. The irregulars grumbled for a bit, but eventually accepted his decision. The captain's echo was truly powerful. If a master and an ascended demon couldn't handle the source of the unnatural darkness, then the members of the cohort would not be able to stand much use there. They were not an ordinary master and an average echo either. Sonny gave a few more orders, making sure that the convoy would be fine in his absence. Then called Saint to return to the mouth of the passage. While the two of them were facing darkness, remaining still for a while, they silently dove into the cold embrace. Damnation. 9:39. Belly in the belly of the beast. It's been the way it's been since the Forgotten Shore. True. This has been the regular occurrence since the Forgotten Shore. Yeah! Fucking mutt. I cannot explain to you how much I do hate that dog. Anyway. It is a recurring thing, and Saint is most certainly his most useful shadow. At this moment in time, at the very least, I can definitely see Soul Serpent overcoming that. But that's not going to change the fact that, like, all of this is kind of reminiscent of the Forgotten Shore. Like, everything about this, really. Anyway. Would you argue with a killing machine if it called you a fool? Would you argue with a killing machine that is an archaeologist and has a photographic memory and is also one of the most proclaimed fighters ever? That's a high official army standard that is gotten by Jet, Master Jet, the leader of the current expedition of trying to save people in Antarctica. Would you try and argue that guy? Would you try and say, would you disagree with him if he called you an idiot or a fool? I wouldn't think so. I'd be like, yeah, I probably am. Hey man, what do you think of the Antarctica arc so far? I think Antarctica is the Antarctica arc is really, really, really fucking good so far, right? It is far and away exceeded my expectations of the series. Kind of like the Forgotten Shore did. Like, I knew the Forgotten Shore was great, but it far exceeded my expectations. I knew Antarctica was going to be great. It surpassed my expectations. I know the Third Nightmare is great, and it's probably going to surpass my expectations from what it is, right? I'm definitely going to need to reread the first, like, 50 chapters, though. Of, like, Nephis return, of them returning from the Second Nightmare up until Sunny joins the campaign. That's a 4K and honest photographic memory, thank you very much. That is true. That man's memory is inexplicably good. Anyway, the side passages were full of impregnable darkness too, flowing around Sonny as it turned him blind and deaf. The blade of the cruel sight was shining with a soft radiance, creating a small circle of light around him. The light seemed to be struggling against the tide of chilling blackness, making it appear more absolute. The walls of the passage were much closer to each other than that of the main tunnel. Its roof lower and the circle of light was narrow still. All of it made Sonny feel extremely claustrophobic. He walked forward with a resentful expression on his face, feeling the floor slope downwards beneath his feet. If you're making a mighty man of 5 foot fuck all feel claustrophobic, then you really are in a tight spot. If there's one thing that reassured them, it was the silent silhouette of Saint, who was by his side. The Tartantuan demon moved with her usual indifference, wielding the Sin of Solace in her hand. Together, they descended deeper into the belly of the mountain. Curse it, damn it, this is such crap. Sonny was, unsurprisingly, very nervous. There was a lot of things for him to be nervous about. Not only was he willingly walking into a trap of an unknown but immensely powerful nightmare creature, but he was surrounded by true darkness, the element that directly countered most of his abilities. Not only that, he also found himself in a strange situation. Most Awakened possessed at least one Illuminous memory. They were usually both cheap and very easy to get, so everyone had some of the enchanted ones to serve as a lantern in their arsenal. However, Sonny never really needed one. He only had Cruel Sight. Its Light Eater enchantment allowed the Somber Spirit to absorb light and expel it. After months of spent in the darkness of the polar night, most of the sunlight that it had devoured in the past was long gone. What little remained was supposed to last him a few hours. But what if he failed? And what if he failed to complete his mission by then? He brought several chemical flares with him, just in case he really hoped to not get a chance to use them. Additionally, he had to leave one of his shadows with the convoy, surrounded by true darkness. He could not turn into one swiftly travel across the network of tunnels, but he could still use Shadow Step back to one of the invaluable helpers. That's why Sonny had ventured into the depths of the mountain alone, hoping to escape whatever disaster awaited ahead in an instant. So, a quarter of his power was gone, as well. Right now, the Gloomy Shadow was with Saint, Creepy Shadow was augmenting the Cruel Sight, and the Haunted one was around his body. The 5 of them were the most fearsome quintet. Nevertheless, sorry. Oh, that's really funny. Nevertheless, Sonny did not feel confident. The odds were stacked against him too much. However, what's the big deal anyway? It's just a creepy, inescapable mountain full of a true element darkness, which apparently has a heart. Piece of cake! If you think that's good, if you think that's good so far, just wait until you get the Falcon Scott. I'm not waiting. I'm terrified of Falcon Scott. I'll tell you that now. That arc has like legitimately got me terrified for what the fuck's going on, with how many of you are like, just wait until you get there. It doesn't help that this arc is nothing but death flags for Sonny and his fucking cohort, so... yeah, calling me surprised when I say I'm not excited. Saint turned her head a little and stared at him, the ruby jewels of her eyes glowing with a cold crimson light. It was only then that Sonny noticed his teeth were chattering. He forced out a weak smile. What? It's really cold here, you know? Indeed, it was. Steam escaped from his lips, and his voice echoed under the stone walls. Traveling far into the narrow passage, Sonny grew quiet, not wishing to announce his position to anything that might have been hiding in the darkness. As you should. Happy Shadow always being left behind. Justice for Happy. Where the fuck is Happy Shadow? What? Oh, is he being used as the Shadow Step? Okay, that makes sense. They continued to descend, soon arriving at the intersection, which was drowning in darkness. It was the first of many. Just as Professor Robel had said, there was a whole network of tunnels excavated during the dark times here, meant to serve as a bomb shelter in case of an all-out war. The tunnels cut deep into the mountain, creating a strange labyrinth. Sonny was sure that there was some logic to how it was arranged, but the intent of the engineers that had built this place escaped him. If anything, the system of passages and the chambers cut roughly in the stone seemed random and disorderly, almost organic. Don't be fucking saying that. Falcon Scott's insane. Happy is the best Shadow. Happy is the best Shadow. Happy has been the best Shadow as well. It's happy and it's creepy. But that's mostly because of the OGs. But I fuck with the OGs. And of course, each was consumed by darkness. And of course, each was consumed by darkness. At this death, Sonny started to feel as though the darkness was moving around him, flowing through the tunnels like blood rushing through colossal veins. He shivered. Calm down, damn it. Find a heart and destroy it. What if it was not a metaphorical heart, but quite a literal one? Gritting his teeth, Sonny continued forward. Faced with a complicated maze of passages, he navigated it, following a simple principle. Each time they arrived at an intersection, he chose the path that led further down. For now, this method seemed to be working, since the surrounding darkness seemed to have been thicker and flowed faster. After a while, he started hearing a strange hum. Low and distant, like a quiet whisper, it reverberated through the cold stone, echoing and growing more present as Sonny ventured deeper into the network of tunnels. Struggling against the sense of vast primordial fear, he glanced at Saint and stubbornly continued walking. Soon, Sonny arrived at a dead end. Or rather, what should have been a dead end. The tunnel he was following had came to an abrupt stop, but the hole in front of him had collapsed, or it had been shattered, at some point in the past, revealing an entrance to something that looked like a natural cave. He hesitated for a few moments, then climbed over the pile of rubble and entered the cave. It stretched forward, twisting and turning, growing so narrow that Saint had to fall back and walk right behind him. The dark passage had changed from those cut-throughs. The dark passages had changed from those cut through the stones by human tools to rough and uneven. The floor rose and fell too, making moving hard. If Sonny had fell through, he was in a maze before. If Sonny felt like he was in a maze before, he had completely lost his sense of direction. All he knew that he was still moving, and the darkness was flowing past him at an increasing speed. The unclear hum was growing louder and louder. Gloomy the best Shadow for me. It's Gloomy and Happy. They're both like top dogs in Sonny's arsenal, frankly. Like, you can never forget those two. The OGs. They OGs for real. If it really is alive, then I don't want to know what kind of creature it is. Just as that thought flashed through Sonny's mind, the radiance of the cruel sight blade suddenly flickered. It was instantly extinguished. All that was left was utter darkness. Yay! Yay! This is... Can Saint see through the darkness? Hear me out, right? Wouldn't Saint be able to do it, though? if Saints made by Nether and Nether also made the Pure Darkness Knight, wouldn't she just be able to be like, I can see fine? And at that point, wouldn't you just like message Kim to be like, hey, help me try and see through Saint's eyes? Yep, Saint can. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, fuck my life. Yo.
We've got another blue kitten available. This team doesn't want it.
So we're gonna blue and black one.
Well, the black one's not still in it.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Dylan taking the black one?
Yeah.
Right, well, then there's one of the blue ones. I'll ask about first. She goes tomorrow.
Yay!
Oh, that was Kathy.
Don't know which one it is either.
Wait, one.
Which one?
No, on the floor.
No, to me, it's Catherine. It's that one that's not going to go far. I think that's right now. We're fat in our bed. We're going to go and dog prison. Still need time off. I think what we should just do is have a little. Let us read off there. We'll do it on your arm if she's like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to deal with mother. Heart of Darkness, chapter 940. Damned. Knew that this would happen. There was a scattering sound in the utter darkness, and then a stream of bright scarlet flames shot out of the chemical flare. Rising above his head, Sonny looked at the narrow cave, which was now flooded in a dim, ominous red light. The darkness retreated for now, but it seemed ready to pounce at him at any moment. Feeling his heart beating wildly, he glanced at Saint, who had stood behind him, unfazed. Turning away, Sonny grumbled. Well, what did I expect? She was born in the underworld of all places. I bet Saint is feeling right at home in this misbegotten darkness. Would she, though? How does Saint feel about true darkness now? Right? Because, like, what's the... now I feel like I'm asking too many questions about Saint, but, like... Would she? Right? How at home can you feel if, you know, you purposely went away from it? Like, she was in the Forgotten Shore. Like, just chilling. I don't know. Saint is from the Darkness Land. She is, but how much she likes it, I'll never know. I hope I do, though. Saint's cool. He remained motionless for a few moments, getting accustomed to the blood-red gloom that surrounded him. Then Sonny bit his lips and took a step forward. Let's go. We still need to find a heart. Quite a home indeed, innit? The cruel sight was not supposed to burn through the reserves of absorbed light so soon. The chemical flare, which was supposed to burn for at least 15 minutes, scattered and drowned in just 5, forcing him to ignite a new one. Just as soon as keeping the darkness at bay, exhausted any resources of light faster than it seemed possible. Oh, fucking hell. And the deeper the mountain they went, the more pronounced that dependency became. Curse it all. She was a corrupted creature then. Probs relocated from the Doom Age. She's nostalgic for that darkness. That's how comfortable she is. It's like asking a fish how it felt to swim in water. You know what? You know what? Fair enough. I am a dumbass. I shouldn't be asking stupid-ass questions like this. By the way, by the time we're out this tunnel, we're probably going to end stream then. So, I'm going to guess like 2 more chapters. Curse it all. Sonny had dread reaching the heart of darkness, but now he was literally burning through all the flares at a concerning speed. He couldn't wait to find it. Sadly, it turned out to be harder than he thought. The human-made tunnels above an ominous direction, but a chaotic network of caves was both harder to traverse and all over the place. Sometimes he would follow a path downwards, only to end up climbing for a while. Other times, descending deeper into the mountain only made the distant hum grow quieter, which told him that he was getting further from his goal. In the end, Sonny abandoned all pretenses of knowing what he was doing and chose where to go randomly, relying on his intuition to show him the way. Soon, he discovered a new pattern. The passages where darkness seemed to flow faster were the ones that felt correct to him. Armed with that knowledge, he hurried forward, knowing that there was not much time left. Time had lost all meaning, and Sonny only measured it by the amount of flares that he was burning through. When there were only 2 of them left, he finally reached his destination. The walls of the narrow passage was following. The narrow passage he was following suddenly disappeared, and he found himself in a vast spherical cave with a dim red light. He could see dozens of similar dark holes reaching into it, leading into a different natural tunnel. Fucking Christ. Short stream? Yeah. All praise the EXP gods. Who's top of the EXP totem? Failure at 450. And then it's Sake at 425. And then it's Dante Harsh at 225. Good job, fellas. Good job, fellas. Sonny's burning money. Oh my god, that felt awful. Those were the worst burps I've done in a while. The EXP gods hate me. Yeah. However, Sonny did not pay them any attention. All he could look at was a giant orb of jet black stones that floated in the center of the cave, burning darkly, with a crimson reflection of the flares fire. The darkness flowed through it. Or maybe it was born from it. The hum he heard came from the orb, like a rustle of waves where they imprisoned within it. Suddenly he felt a terrible chill spread through his body. However, the black sphere was... He knew what it was. It was not something any human was supposed to see. I'm like the Prometheus ging. Y'all pre-stream EX bomb. You need to pre-stream more Harsh. There was a time when Harsh got EXP. It's just nowadays it fucking hates him. It fucking hates his guts. Rightfully so. Whatever the black sphere was, he knew that it was not something any human was supposed to see. Cut, run. So he gulped. He couldn't believe no one was guarding that thing. Then again, there was nothing guarding his own heart either. You, dumbass, you're guarding your heart. What? What? Never mind. If something managed to crawl into its chest, it might find his ribcage empty against the defenders as well. Maybe not, if Bloodweave had anything to say about it. Yeah, exactly. You also have, like, fucking god blood in your system. Bitch, shut up. Sonny stretched his senses outwardly, checking if the connection with the fourth shadow still remained. And it there, albeit strangely muddled. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be able to use Shadow Step to get the hell out the dark cave after destroying the Heart of Darkness. No time to waste then. The second to last sphere was about to burn out. Stepping forward, Sonny chased all hesitation away from his mind and thrust the blade of the cruel sight forward. It struck the side of the black orb and slid off its surface without leaving a scratch. Oh. Sonny froze. The sound of the sphere hitting the polished stone seemed deafening, and then it died down. It was just him. Or did the hum come from the sphere growing a little louder? Glancing at Saint, he felt a cold sweat roll down his face and whispered, "Help me with it, will you?" The Tartantrum Knight remained motionless, staring at the sphere with a hint of subdued emotion. Then her eyes suddenly flared, the flames inside them turning darker. Saint did something strange. She took a step forward and handed him the Sin of Solace. Confused, Sonny grabbed the hilt of the Jade Giant, feeling the irritating whispers assault his mind. Pathetic. He frowned, surprised by the sudden thought. What was that, though? Is this the second time he's ever had the sword try to speak to him? I think it is. What did the sword say the first time? It was like right after LO49. No. It was when the Imp appeared. I can't remember. At that moment, Say took another step and unsheathed her broken sword. The jagged line of the shattered blade flashed through the darkness and sunk into the black surface of the sphere in its hilt. The small crack snaked up the way and down through the surface of the orb. Suddenly, the hum became almost deafening. What? Harsh is excommunicated by the EXP gods. Quality over quantity. Then the giant orb suddenly burst open, releasing a tide of darkness that washed over Sonny and Saint, throwing him back. He fell on the cold stone, feeling something rustling against the steel of the undying chain. The flare was swiftly extinguishing. In the last split second that it burned, Sonny saw that the darkness released from the sphere was, and understood that the hum he was hearing, represented. It was not a rustle of the waves, instead, it was a rustle of a continuous tiny feet scraping against the shells of the black sphere from within. The flood of darkness that had escaped from the cracked orb was a mirage of tiny beetle-like creatures that were now swarming over him like a river, almost shedding the transcendent metal of his armor. What the fuck? That's kind of stupid, I can't lie. That's really fucking stupid, I can't lie. Worse still, the tide of them was still flowing out the broken sphere, rushing into the dozens of passages leading out the cave like a flood. The sight of it was both terrifying and bizarre. No matter how large the shell of the black stone had been, the mass of beetles it released, and it was continuing to disgorge, with many times larger than that, continue to fit in. At this rate, the whole mountain is going to be filled up with them in mere minutes, so that's why she told me to run. Feeling a sharp pain suddenly pierce his side, Sonny blatantly realized a dreadful fact. He needed to enter the shadow to use Shadow Step. And with all the light gone, there was no shadows left in the true darkness that flooded the cave. Good job, Sonny! Good job! Fuck's sake. Wasn't there a scene in the Mummy movie like this? Oh yeah, with the beetles. Difference is they were crawling up his skin. That was like near the end of the movie though. Fucking weird film. Love it though. Can't wait for Brendan Fraser to come back. If this cough doesn't fuck off, I'll eat something. 9:41. Time to run. You'll take it. Sonny was buried under a moving carpet of dark beetles. His armor was being chewed through, and a few of them had already gotten inside, somehow, the razor-sharp mandible sinking into his flesh. Crap. For a moment, his thoughts were scattered, but the sudden pulse of pain cleared them. Blinded, Sonny shuddered and tried to move his hand to cover the eye slit under his helmet, faceless mask. But it was too late. Ah! One of the insects had already crawled through. Since Sonny had not seen anything, he only realized when something cold was slithering, brushing against its nose. He instantly closed his eyes, and a split second, a sharp pain pierced his face as one of his cheeks was torn open. A repulsive hiss escaped from Sonny's lips. Jerking his head, he felt the beetle fall down, and then caught it in its mouth, crushing the bastard between his teeth. Felt like chewing on steel, but the resilient shell broke with an appalling crunch, filling his mouth with sharp fragments and an indescribably bitter taste. Ugh. Yuck. I'm just gonna put yuck for that. That's fucking disgusting. Ugh. Finally, he managed to free his hand from underneath the massive beetles and covered his eye slits with it. Then he struggled to stand up. Sonny managed to raise to his knees, but at that moment, a new wave of beetles smashed into his chest, throwing him back down. It felt as though he was drowning. The crushing weight of the endless river of creatures pressing him down, making it hard to breathe. With each second, there was more and more of them, and the weight of them grew more unbearable. In the dark cave, the seething darkness that continued on a countless myriad of tiny insects was rising like a tidal wave, already flooding most of the tunnels. The most uninterrupted surface of wiggling insects was slowly crawling higher and higher. The shards of broken sphere was already disappearing beneath them. The rustling hum of the tiny feet scraping against stone was now turning into a rumbling roar. Then a hand in an armored gauntlet broke through the surface. The chemical flare grasped by it. The chemical flare grasped by it, igniting with an intense scarlet flame. Growling, Sonny pushed himself through the squirming mass of dark beetles and managed to raise his feet with a stagger. Even standing, he was waist deep into the rushing river of black shells. As several of them continued to bite into his flesh, he briefly looked around. You know that's not the worst thing he's had in his mouth. Yeah. Yeah. He had to eat a walking chest. That's probably not the most tasty thing ever. It took him growling, Sonny pushed himself through the squirming mass of dark beetles and managed to raise to his feet with a stagger. Even standing, he was waist deep in a rushing river of black shells. As several of them continued to bite into his flesh, he briefly looked around. It took him a split second to take in the sight of the underground cave, which was painted crimson by his last flare, and swiftly drowning in the tide of darkness. He had already dismissed Saint, so now all that there was for him to do was to run. No pause, no pause, no pause needed. Damn bugs. Why did it have to be bugs? The flare in his hand stuttered. The stream of red flare was spewing rapidly, growing shorter. But before it died, he had already drove into the darkness, disappearing from view. The fluttering flare fell into the mass of dark beetles, and was instantly swallowed by it. The last hint of light disappeared from the hidden cave, perhaps forever. Most nightmare creatures probably taste disgusting. I mean, we know a couple of them taste nice. Like, we know Effie enjoys the taste of nightmare creatures, but Effie's a fat bitch, so she might just enjoy the taste of anything, really. But I can imagine, like, any that resemble normal animals, like cows and pigs, or some shit, probably tastes, like, fairly nice. I reckon some taste pretty good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, because that's all they are. They're just fucking animals at the end of the day. Most of them. I can imagine, like, the higher rank the nightmare creature, the tastier it gets. You know? Like, if you have to fight a terror crab, that shit probably tastes electric. Or a titan bull. Like, imagine the fucking burger on that thing. Oh my days. Not worthy. Not to mention killing them cleanses them. I don't know what it cleanses them of, but okay. No! Yeah, go to the kittens, fucker. A corrupted cow. Only their souls? Yeah, whatever. Back in the main tunnel, the convoy was nervously waiting for something to change. Everyone was already loaded into their vehicles, waiting for the captain to return. Minute after minute. Minute passed after minute. No news of him. The ever-present darkness remained the same. Inside the Rhino, Luster was sitting quietly in the pilot's seat. Professor Roble and Beth were in the lounge area discussing something among themselves, and the young woman glanced at the communicator, then took a medicine pack out of a pack. At that moment, something fell from under the roof, and a familiar figure crashed into the floor, scattering. Whatever. At that moment, something fell from under the roof, and a familiar figure crashed into the floor, scattering one of the most robust alloyed chairs and clangor of metal. All they saw was a battered surface and a bleak armor of massed limbs. Rolling over his shoulder and jumping to his feet, Sonny wasted a second to catch his balance, and then jerked his head sideways to look at Luster. What the hell are you waiting for? Drive and go as fast as you can, now! Think about the diet. Extreme amount of cannibalism. We know some nightmare creatures can just, like, eat grass, though. Does pig or meat taste the same or something? We know you can. Alright, we know you can cook nightmare creatures, and they can actually do taste fairly nice. Like, one of the first times we ever see that done is with Effie, right? And then, of course, there's Nephis killing nightmare creatures in the Dark City, and then scattering out the food and soul shards between all of them. So yeah, they probably do taste quite nice after a certain point. Or some of them probably not even after a certain point. Like, some of them probably just straight away. I can't imagine humanoid nightmare creatures taste nice, though. Or anything like that. They probably taste icky. Hi, Cassie. Hi, Cassie. Cassie. Fine, you can get down. An unholy titan would be unimaginable. An unholy titan would unironically make you ascend. I think if you're a master or a saint, you would become a saint and or a supreme from eating that shit. Let's be honest. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Yeah. Difference is, it's not Sonny's friend today. It's actually quite the opposite. Sonny hates this shit. The creature desires freedom. It would be so funny if the humanoid ones taste the best. Oh my god. An unholy meal. There you go. There you go, Greg. In the next moment, the whole mountain shuddered and a stream of dust fell into the tunnel's roof. Luster's eyes widened as he sent the APC forward without asking a single question. If the captain was shouting, things were serious. Seriously bad. Beth and Professor Roble both rose, startled by Sonny's sudden arrival. What? He threw a hand in their direction. Stop! Don't get closer! As the rhino rode into the darkness, swiftly accelerating, the rest of the vehicles promptly followed. Inside the APC, the undying chain disappeared and ran into sparks, leaving Sonny half naked. His pale body was covered in small, ugly lacerations, but almost no blood in sight. Several tiny black insects fell to the floor, and they were promptly and viciously stomped to death by him. Nevertheless, even after disposing of the beetles, Sonny did not look relieved. It would likely taste beyond comprehension. If you're a high enough rank, I think you'll be able to taste it fine. I can totally imagine a Supreme being able to eat an unholy titan and be like, that shit's unholy. Oh my days. Effie. Come here. Never mind. Food war level reactions from that meal. Yes! It would most likely taste divine. Yeah, absolutely. Like a beast, I feel like a beast, your average beast probably tastes okay. Right? Like, not the best cooked steak. Definitely from a steak that came from just a fucking regular ass factory farm that gets overdone, like a Mackey's. Like a Mackey's or a KFC or some shit. But the higher that shit goes in the ranking system, oh my god, the better fed, the better lived that shit tastes. You know it. The taste of divinity ain't that bad. Oh, I can't imagine it can't taste that bad. I'd imagine it tastes quite wonderful, actually. Instead, he paled more and even bent over, vomiting a mouthful of dark blood. Beth took a step forward, looking around in search of a medkit and a worried expression on her face. What's going on? Sonny bared his teeth in a growl. I said stay back. With that, a strange silhouette appeared in his hand. Its blade was long, narrow, and seemed to have forged out of a ghostly glass. Without hesitating for a second, Sonny sent both the young woman and the old man into a momentary shock by turning the silhouette into himself and plunging into his chest. Did he eat one of the... Did he fail to swallow one of the fucking beetles? God damn. Yes, Ascension removes impurities so the meat tastes better the higher rank if you chew. Remember, the gap between ranks gets wider as you go, so Supreme or not, they might need to rein themselves in. That just sounds divine, if you ask me. That just sounds like a legendary meal. If my meal tastes so fucking good, I need to, like, compose myself and be like, whoa. I'd say it's worth it. Anyway, this is disgusting. That's not how you spell a knife. He twisted the moonlight shard in, Oh, it's the moonlight shard? Oh. Yeah, that is the knife. In the wound, causing an ugly grimace on his face, and then pulled the silhouette out. Impaled on it was a body of a strange beetle with a jet black carapace. Its shell broke, crushed, and smeared in blood. I wonder if there exists a divine level crack. Probably not. I can't imagine why gods would need to take drugs. European eating Texas barbecue level type shit? Yeah. How good does Nephis taste then? Probably insane. I can imagine that the divine trio, unironic, if you eat them probably taste wonderful. And if you talk about in like a casual, everyday, normal human sense, not the one we're talking about, they probably still fucking feel great. I don't know. I need to ask Sonny in about 1,000 chapters or so. Or whenever the fuck we get the... Well. What are you doing? Dickhead. Nah, Mordred. Mordred tastes like straight glass. Hell nah. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Sonny about to slam y'all out for saying that. I'm saying Sonny probably tastes the same. No wonder the gods are dead. Everyone wants divine food. Nephis would naturally overcooked. Divine crack exists behind every local co-op. And it's the sausage rolls that they don't do anymore. And that's really infuriating. A couple of them do. Couple of them do, but most of them don't. My one doesn't anymore. And let me tell you this now. I was very close to burning down that co-op if it wasn't for the fact my mother works there. So. Morty is gonna... Mordred is the blankest thing ever. Yeah. That one, I can imagine he probably tastes bland. Without hesitating for even a second, Sonny sent both the young woman and the old man. Oh. Yeah. A tiny creature had almost reached his heart. A few moments later, and Sonny would have been in a sea of trouble. Sonny probably has a divine aftertaste. Yeah, probably. I stopped doing it a few years back. They were so good. Brother, when I was in high school, like in year 6, no, not year 6. In year 11, year 10s, year 11s, and 6th formers were allowed to go around corner to the co-op or to the chippy nearby and grab food, right? When I tell you, I always came back with that 6-pack of sausage rolls and a can of, like, iron brew and downed them both before we got back to school. Unreal. The fact that I'm not, like, the fact that I wasn't, like, 130 kilograms is still ludicrous. Sonny would be sweet and sour. Would Sonny's blood taste like alcohol? That's a good question. Because Nephis has to taste like... Nephis probably tastes like spicy food. Like, really, really nice spicy food, right? Oh, you know what Mordred is? Mordred's tender as fuck. Mordred's tender as shit. You know he simmers in that crap. Like, he simmered in that crap, right? Because what did he have? He has the War God lineage. Sonny probably has, like, a ludicrous aftertaste. That is actually quite fair. You know, being a shadow and all that. Oh, guys, Hannibal is salivating over here. Sonny will taste elusive, like the flavor of avoiding my taste buds. Cotton candy. Cotton candy. Hear me out. Cotton candy. Why the hell did we all start becoming cannibals? I don't know. I legitimately can't remember. we just got into talking about trying to eat everybody. Isn't Effie the tender one? I think I might be thinking of the wrong word for Mordred then. Because you might be right. Kai actually does taste divine. I'll die in that hill. Kai tastes unfucking real. Kai tastes like the best piece of chicken you have ever fucking had. Effie would be my protein shake. Brother, you know for a fact Effie, like, what? A cut of Effie would probably be like 50 grams of protein. Easy. Easy. You would probably know what Cassie would taste like. That's a shout. You would probably know what Cassie would taste like before you take the first bite. That's a fucking shout. We started with one to eat gods. Oh yeah, that's true. Jet would taste cool and refreshing. Oh. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. 100%. Like mint leaves, kind of refreshing, no, but not like freshy mint, but like mint leaves. Anyway, you can just put that shit in anything and it kind of works. I'm hungry. It's 9 o'clock. I'm fucking... Where are my Pringles at? Jet would be foul for spoiler reasons. I think Morgan would taste awful. I think Morgan would be painful, if anything. Peak conversations are only in this chat. Amen. Amen. We have important conversations in this chat. That's the difference. Well, yep. What? I mean, probably. With how many fucking kittens he's been around. Oh, I've got normal. The normal ones were cheaper where I am, so I just got them. It's the Canada one. There was a Canada, there was America, there was Croatia, and there was something else. I think it might have been F. It was F something. No, that's a me. Oh, that is vile. Morgan would taste like eating something insanely spicy and a lot of mint at the same time. Yeah, that's vile. It's supposed to say subscribe, but I fucked it up. It's actually written backwards. But trying to write backwards is a bitch. Oh. Saint would, not Saint, Trish would taste like a bird. Actually, I can imagine Trish tasting like an egg. Or Tyrus, whatever the fuck her name is. Me and Saint are on the same fucking wavelength, because I know that chat's delayed. I know that chat's delayed, and we're on the same fucking wavelength. Anyway. The tiny creature almost reaches his heart. Rowan truly a lucky man? He is. He stared at the dead... Stop it! No! Helios! No! No! Bad girl. Are we talking transcendent forms? Obviously. If it turns into an animal, I'm eating the transcendent form. What kind of dumbass question is that? If your big ass turn into a big ass chicken, you know what I'm doing? That's Sishan? I have no idea what her abilities are. I know it's blood related from the Forgotten Shore, but I don't know of anything other than that. Iron? That's nasty. He stared at the dead insect for a few moments and then shivered. The mountain quaked again, and a net of cracks appeared on the roof of the tunnel just ahead. Sonny looked through the windshield of the speeding APC and inhaled deeply, not paying attention to the pain. Time to run! Who's gonna tell him? Look, I know she's got blood powers. I remember writing that down fucking ages ago. Because when it found out that, what was it? Sonny gave her the earring? Or something like that? Also, she looks pale as fuck. Trying to indicate that, like, yeah, she's a vampire-esque girl. I think I've got her nicknamed Vampire Girl somewhere. Where's my tiny book? Is it you that I have it written down now? Oh, no. Wrong one. No. I don't know, but I wrote it down as like a vampire after the, Valor Hall dance. I do love my steaks extra bloody. I hate blood. Anyway, let's speed read this chapter real quick. 9:42. Tide of Darkness. Yeah, it's like she's got extremely paled out skin. Ah, it hurts. Sonny escaped the dark cave fast enough to not be eaten alive, or to an even serious degree, as he had joked. He ended up only being eaten a little. There are a few bites on his body and the ones on his cheek. The most serious wound so far is the one that he inflicted on himself to get the last beetle from under his skin. The moonlight shot had cut deep, but, guided by his steady hand, missed both his heart and anything else that was important. Still, it stung. Not that Sonny had time to pay attention. This ain't even a joke this time around, yeah. Still, it stung. Not that Sonny had time to pay attention to it. The rhino was speeding forward, almost flying through the shuddering tunnels. All around it, the darkness was ripping and shifting, as if out of control. It felt like the thing they were inside of, whatever it was meant to be, was convulsing. Not exactly in the halls of death, but maybe in agony. Sonny was pretty sure that the blow Sin had delivered into the black sphere was not fatal to the unknown being, since he had never heard of the spell announcing a kill. The source of the true darkness was not destroyed, just damaged. Or maybe set free. Captain? That is new. Hearing Gloucester call him out, Sonny looked forward and saw an unfamiliar shape from the darkness. And it was rusted frame of an old personal vehicle, which he had never seen before. Oh, yay, another one. I am concerned that you popped up into my feed. Why? What's so concerning about this? We were only talking about eating gods before, and then characters and seeing what they taste like. There should be nothing you should be concerned about, okay? Whoop. I didn't mean to do that. My bad, Hosh. Alright, there you go. Did I hear a kid in the background? No, that's my sister, more than likely. Or my mum, I don't fucking know. They're both talking loudly. That's a good thing, though. Don't recognize the name? Nope. Not really. Sorry. Sorry, Hosh. That was just, that was just me. Josh locked me up. Why would you tell him that? Nephis is a Nephilim, so it wouldn't actually be considered cannibalism. Wouldn't it also be considered cannibalism by Sunny and Mordred? Oh well. Sunny was pretty sure that the... oh, never mind. Which he had never seen before. The implication made a pale smile appear on his face. It's broken. The strange anomaly that had been keeping them inside the tunnel seemed to be no more. They were actually moving forward instead of traveling aimlessly through a never-ending sea of darkness. Destroying the black sphere had really broken the binding. He let out a shaky breath. If he had not received the message from the outside, things would have been turned out differently. Sunny would have not ventured into the side passage. Sunny would have ventured into the side passage eventually, but it would probably be leaving one of the shadows behind. Even if he did, he would definitely have taken the rest of the irregulars with him. Yeah, that's true. Hear me out. Still would be cannibalistic because it's a fusion, innit? Their humans eating humans is already cannibalistic enough, but they've got god DNA in their system. So them eating gods would be also cannibalistic. It's just to a certain degree. Saint is crunchy. I reckon Saint's crunchy, and then Nightmare and Soul Serpent taste exactly like Horse and Snake would taste. Like, actually no difference whatsoever. Ooh, that's a shout. Noctis would taste strangely smooth. What would the Mimic taste like, though? I mean, he never really describes how the Mimic tastes, does he? Because he eats the Mimic. He just straight up eats the Mimic, but what the fuck would it taste like? Oh. Nothing. Or identical to how it tasted before, which is really gross. Anyway. If he had not destroyed a message from the... Oh, then they would have died. Actually, he still struggled to believe that anyone survived. For now. They were not out the tunnel yet. Suddenly cold, he looked at Luster and said, "Top speed, get us out of here." The rhino flashed past the rustling vehicle, pushing at his side with its ram. The rest of the convoy followed, and soon as they could feel the floor of the tunnel starting to slope up, that had not happened before, so Sunny took it as a good sign. Oh, yeah, it probably did taste like dirt and iron, didn't it? Also, I made a beautiful quote in the stream, in the main Nightmare chat from something you said earlier on the stream. Maybe a hint of wood? Definitely tastes like a hint of wood. Why? Why are you people like this? Why are you people like this? Why? You people concern me. No! What is this? What is this? How could you do this to me? What is this? You evil pricks. You evil pricks. Oh my god. New sticker incoming suggestions for that one should be called welcome. I hate you fuckers so much right now. Oh, that is truly terrible. Oh my god. Make it a quote. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nightmare creature behavior. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. The writer, sadly good things had ended after that. The mountain seemed to be coming to life around them. It shook and trembled, more and more cracks appearing on the walls and the roof of the tunnel. At some point, the walls collapsed just the last vehicle passed it. And the flood of something dark and seething flowed into the underground passage. I'm gonna bounce subscribe though, I'm definitely gonna bring it up when I see you in town later. Oh lord. Don't make me go on fucking Facebook to try and see who the hell you are. Or like, Instagram or something like that. Cause that name's not ringing a bell at all. Oh, shit! Oh, yeah, no, never mind, you can chill. Never mind, you can stay. Never mind, I don't give a fuck. You're a photographer? Ah, that makes so much sense why you and Rowan are friends now. That makes sense. Anyway, I've not seen you in fucking forever. No shit, I forgot your name. Well, I'm bad with names anyway, but yeah. That makes sense. Bro's the hippie guy you met. No. Fuck knows what the hippie guy's called. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense now. What do I do? First of all, I'm gonna get that out the way, first of all, because I don't think I have you on any social media, like, at all, Richard. How? I don't know, but now I do. Yeah, true. Sonny shuddered, realizing that it was the Beatles. The tide of them rushing into the tunnel like a river of black liquid. However, that liquid was behaving as if it was possessed. A malnutrition sentence. The hippie guy is James? No. We're talking about a completely different story and different circumstance. The hippie guy I have only met once, and me and Mole didn't even catch his name. I still don't understand what the Beatles were supposed to be. The entirety of this little segment of the story, from what I understand, is like meant to be the metaphor of Sonny letting go of how he was before joining the Antarctica, right? Because I think the Beetle is meant to be the joke of Sonny being a spew. Like, the Beetle is meant to be Sonny, in this instance, being an insect that is notoriously fucking hard to kill. And now he's spewed with it, and now he's trying to find a way to get away from it. A band? Did I say a band? I forgot what I was even fucking saying now. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. Instead of spreading in every direction like water would, it seemed to be deliberately rushed in the pursuit of the convoy. Up ahead, a deep crack appeared in another section of the wall, and a few tiny bodies fell from it on the road. You read too deeply into it. I mean, yeah, but also, like, no. There's several segments of this story where you can look at it and go, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And it's mostly looking back into, like, Sunny and Nephis' relationship when it comes to the Forgotten Shore and how it is currently, and how Sunny is meant to be growing past the person he was before. But yeah. Like, certain segments, like, this entire bit, I know, I think I might need to just, like, think back and look and go, okay, what the fuck is this meant to be? Same with the worms and shit. From a roach to a beetle. Amen. Hard to kill. Impossible to kill. They're just now hard. He's in very killable situations recently. A noble roach. Apart. Fucking. Nope. A noble roach. Crap. All Sonny could do was pray that they would pass the swiftly growing cracks before the stone wall shattered. Somehow, they did. At that point, it seemed like the whole tunnel was ready to collapse. The civilian transport struggled to keep up with the Rhino climbing up the quaking road. Behind them, the endless flood of dark beetles was gaining speed, swilling a new streams of them poured in. Dust and pieces of stone were raining from above, but ahead of them, in the distance, a circle of dim light appeared. They were a band. There you go. At that point, it seemed like the whole tunnel was ready to collapse. But up ahead of them in the distance, a circle of dim light appeared. The exit. It was still night outside, but at least there were stars. The ghostly flames of the aurora, and maybe even the moon. Although small, the distance between the true darkness and the underground tunnel and the mundane darkness outside world was apparent. They almost made it. No, they were going to make it. Sonny gritted his teeth and watched the distant exit approach while the tunnel was breaking down around them. Finally, the Rhino shot through the round opening, escaping into the chilling cold of the polar night. The vast expanse of the black sky appeared above, looking more beautiful than ever. Sonny grinned triumphantly, and then that grin disappeared. Finally able to see, he sent his shadows to take a look at the outside and study the surroundings. Ah, the beetles. The beetles indeed. I just hated how Seika is always able to turn shit into a pun that infuriates me greatly. And it's only him. It's only ever Seika. I don't know how he does it, but kind of like the fucking beetles. Got under my goddamn skin. Unhand me. It was a little joke. The tunnel had led them to quite high into the mountains. Behind them, the stone slopes were cracking and breaking. The giant boulders rolling down into the deep gorges with deafening noise. Rivers of darkness were flowing out of the mountain, all twisting and taking aim to escape in convoy. The damn beetles were continuing to pursue them even now. Oh, I am back. Did you finish your little rant for the gods? He has been released. He was only set in prison for like a minute, right? Feels like 25, but you know. Time catches up to you. I can't spell for shit. Fuck off! The damn beetles were continuing to pursue them even now. The fact the wide streams of black insects seemed even more nimble of a colossal being than a swarm of tiny creatures. They stretched and slithered, looking like giant tentacles. Very much like those that Sonic created himself, but on a much, much larger scale. He felt a sudden chill spread through his wounded chest and believably summoned the undying chain back. The battle might have not ended just yet. But how could he fight something like that? No, the chances of survival was to run. Even Cassie had said to run. So, that was what Sonny had planned to do. Sheesh, I thought Arlen's spirit was here. That is true. Arlen does like to get under my skin sometimes as well. It's not just you, sake. I'm sorry. My bad. Luckily, the convoy appeared to be a little bit faster than the flood of darkness. Oh, crap! Hearing Luster shout, Sonny felt the rhino come to an abrupt stop. It was so violent that so violent and sudden that he was thrown off his feet while Beth and Professor Roble grimaced in their seats, secured in place by the durable straps. What is he doing? Has that bastard lost his mind? Before he even started standing up, Sonny commanded his shadow to look away from the approaching tide of black beetles to try and see what made Luster stop. And what they found made him utter a curse. Damn it all. Right in front of them was a vast canyon that seemed so deep that they might as well be bottomless. Ow. Sonny's luck, man, I tell ya. There was a long, wide vehicle bridge connecting the two sides of the canyon. Sadly, the bridge had collapsed at some point in the past, maybe decades ago. Now that all that remained was a piece of broken road that hung in the dark abyss. The rhino had stopped precautiously, just a few meters away in the edge. I mean, couldn't Sonny just, like, make a bridge? Right? I can't see why Sonny can't just make a bridge here. Like, even he said before his mastery of shadow manipulation has been, like, better than ever. 9:43. No way forward. Effie, what are you doing? Fate loves him in this volume, clearly. Yes, come here. Also, Cassie's going tomorrow. Forgot to mention that. Curse it. Sonny stared at the dark abyss of the canyon, his mind empty. A second passed in stunned silence, then another. Finally, he turned around and looked back. Through cable of the gazing... Oh my god. A cable of glazing through the armored hull of the rhino. What'd I miss? We got up the mountain. There, behind the heavy ABC, the other vehicles of the convoy had hit their brakes, barely avoiding slamming into each other. They were crowded on the mountain road, snow dancing in the narrow beams of the headlights. I thought you were going to stop at 9:42. I want to see how the fuck they get away from the beetle first. Then I realized that I've only been streaming for like 4 hours. We can go a little bit longer. Which he was, in a way. Oh. And behind the convoy, the flood of darkness was rushing forward, stretching its tentacles in their direction. did maybe a minute before the massive dark beetles reached the rear vehicle. This time, Sonny was not going to be able to protect it. He might manage to destroy hundreds or even thousands of the ghastly insects, but it'd be like a drop in the ocean. None of his attacks would be able to deal a titanic wave of darkness in any serious harm, especially because, as Sonny suspected, the beetles were not technically alive. What? Oh, kind of like echoes? Or is there something different entirely? Not only did he not hear the spell announcing the kills while slaying the few that had crawled into his armor, but the mere fact that the damn creatures traveled with him through the shadow meant that they were somehow akin to inanimate objects. Sonny was only able to carry those with him through Shadow Step after all. Oh. I want him to stop at 9:55. My bad for being 3 fucking hours late. Yeah, better be bad. Damn. It's only been 3 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, exactly. But I want to eat food and go gym. So. And play a little bit more Bloodborne. So we might stop in 2 chapters. Better for him to leave at 9:50 and wait for the next stream. Yeah, probably. I think by the time we get to chapter 1000, I want to try and do just an all-day fucking stream trying to get through it all. And see how that goes. And see how quickly I want to fucking blow my brain out. I can imagine very much. What good would be killing a bunch of bugs that weren't even alive to begin with? Captain, what do we do? Sonny glanced at Luster and said in a hoarse voice, what else? Run. We have to run. Then he silently disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, Sonny was standing on the edge of the broken road, looking into the bottomless abyss below. The bitter cold of the polar night caressed his skin, and a strong wind instantly tried to push him down. Behind him, the tide of black beetles was devouring the cracked surface of the road, getting closer and closer, and the mountain continued to quake, erupting with a flood of darkness. The canyon was, somehow, between 100 and 200 meters wide, with steep vertical slopes that stretched far, far down. There was no secondary road to skirt its edge or descend into the bottom, only the broken bridge and the vast chasm, or the vast schism separating the convoy from the opposite side. Sonny gritted his teeth. There was not much time to think, so he did the first thing that came to his mind, without even stopping to consider if it was able to pull off. I thought so, he is going to make a bridge. If it was impossible, he would just have to change that. That's, ooh, okay. I thought it was crazy. I thought it was crazy for reading a manga with over 4,000 chapters. What manga has over 4,000 chapters? I mean, don't get me wrong, I've read the big 3 at least twice over. So that's what, 1,700. Actually, it's 1-1 now, so 118. That's getting updated. That's probably getting to 1,000, more than likely. That's like 5,000 like 4,000 chapters there. Chinese shit goes on forever. Oh yeah, fair. Like Tower of God. Tower of God goes on forever. We read as fast as the distance of my fat ass dad can run. That's fucking mean. An all-day stream gotta be on Saturday. Yeah, probably. Either the Saturday or the Sunday. There are definitely over 500 chapters. Fast as fuck, boy. On that all-day stream, and where we try and get through Volume 5, I want to see the most amount of EXP done in a stream. Which was what? I think it was Admiral with like 1,000 EXP or some shit. Someone had over like 1,300 EXP. Tower of God has like 560 chapters. Not Detective Conan. Detective Conan only has like 1,000. It has 600 chapters. And it takes 300 for it to get good. That's insane. Half your story to get good is like insane. Detective Conan has... I think it's like 1,060. Like One Piece passed it up quite a while ago. Because the author tends to go on a lot of breaks. I know Comic Con Communique has like fucking 600 or something. Fly Me to the Moon, I know, has 300. Like, there's a lot of long fucking mangas out there. Where's Detective Conan? It came out with a chapter like a couple days ago, no? No. I guess it's just not here, then. No, never mind. Oh shit, never mind. 1,164 chapters. Damn. Also, it was Chinese, so technically not manga. It's Peak. Oh, Marshall Peak has like 5,000. Marshall Peak has 5,000 chapters? I know that shit has gone on forever. Like, I've heard of Marshall Peak back in, like, high school. $3,862 chapters? What the fuck? What have you got to talk about for fucking 3,500 manhwa chapters? Fuck off. No. I'm never reading Marshall Peak. Fuck that shit. Shadow Slave has the same pacing as the One Piece anime? No. Not even. I don't think you can understand how bad the One Piece anime pacing is. Detective Conan has a load of spin-off and branch stories, doesn't it? I have no fucking idea. I know it's like 1,000 of like a consecutive story, but that's it. Anyway. His essence surged, coursing through his veins with tremendous speed and flowed outward. His face paled and his eyes turned into two pools devoid of any light. Just as the darkness disgorged by the mountain moved, the shadows covered its slopes moved, too. The deep murk drowning in the deep canyon boiled, rushing upward. Two black pillars suddenly broke through the snow, covering the sides of the shattered roads, and rose into the sky, growing taller and taller with each second. Oh my days. Aren't Marshall Peak chapters hella short? Oh, kind of like a Comic-Con Communicate situation, in where it's like chapters are like not even half the length of like regular manga. Or manga even. Paid by the word, Josh? Yeah. You think I get paid for this? Oh, that'd be wonderful. No, that's a Master of Shadows. That is a Master of Shadows. This is some gnarly shit right here. At the same time, the tide of shadows rushing from below reached the edge of the broken bridge and bent, freezing for a moment above the bottomless canyon like a wave that was about to break. But instead of breaking, the shadows continued to spread forward and solidify, as if forming a dark path above the abyss. If there was no bridge for them to cross, Sunny would just have to build one of his own. Ugh. Okay, Sunny. He was expending so much essence that his soul felt like it was as if it had come under strain. However, instead of slowing down, Sonny doubled his efforts. On the far side of the canyon, 2 more pillars rose, and a surge of other shadows stretched into the air, growing meter after meter to meet the first one. Long tentacles of darkness shot from the tops of the pillars, turning into unbreakable chains. From them, dozens of smaller chains fell, fusing into the black surface of the growing bridge. What the fuck, Sonny? Anyone read Martial God Ashura? I've heard of it. Heard it's absolute dog water? Yeah, that's unfortunately what I've heard. No, they get paid by the word, that's why it's so long. Fair. On the far side of the canyon, 2 more pillars arose. Oh, never mind, I just read this. Yeah. Sonny was not concerned with how much essence he had. However, he was worried about the structural integrity of the horrid construct and the speed of which he was able to connect the 2 parts with it. There was not much time left. But there were very few people in the world who knew more about forming connections out of chains after all. He had spent so much time in the ruined Kingdom of Hope, traveling from one island to another to cross the heavy chains that bound together. Oh yeah, I didn't really think of that. Chained together, inseparable, and stronger for it. Architect Sonny, I guess. There's probably some philosophical lesson to learn from it all, but Sonny was too preoccupied to care. With a groan, he stepped aside and waved at Luster, who was staring at him through the windshield of the Rhino. Drive! The young man looked at him with wide eyes and then glanced at the airy black road that hung above the abyss, connecting to nothing and supported by dozens of swirling chains. Then a trembling hand. He appeared in the APC rolling forward. Its massive wheels soon abandoned the cracked asphalt on the broken road and touched the black surface of the Shadow Bridge. The manifested path of the shadows shook slightly, but held. It bore the full weight of the Rhino, and then of that of the next vehicle that drove on it, and then the next. Soon the whole convoy left the solid ground and entered into the aerial road built by Sonny. He gripped the metal handle on the hatch of the last vehicle and allowed its momentum to pull him with it. Then climbed onto the roof and crashed down onto the cold alloy. Several seconds later, Sonny glanced back at the approaching wave of darkness. It was already so close. Too close. You good there, bud? Yeah? Alright. Somewhere ahead, the Rhino almost reached the end of the growing road of shadows. The APC was moving faster than Sonny was capable of making the bridge manifest itself, but luckily, the second part of the path was already close. The 2 sides of the black bridge connected and fused with each other just a few seconds before the massive Rhino rode over its invisible seam and continued to speed forward without pause. Soon after that, Luster let out a shaky breath as the wheels of the Rhino touched solid ground on the other side of the canyon. Sonny was feeling like he was on the verge of fainting, but forced himself to remain absolutely focused. Behind him, the myriad of dark beetles were already crossing across the Shadow Bridge. The wave of them were almost halfway across. Fucking nice. If I recall correctly, the MC of Marshall Peak has like 9 wives by the end of the series. Well, yeah, if your story's that needlessly fucking long, then you probably have that many wives. I'm not surprised. Putting so much pressure in the chains that a few of them were ready to snap. Bastards. It was at that moment that the vehicles he was riding on shuddered and passed the two black columns. Looking back, Sonny grinned. This is a toll bridge. Pay up or die. On second thought, just die. With a quiet groan, he released the massive shadows that had followed his will, allowing them to return to their natural, immaterial form. A sense of profound relief almost sent him stumbling off the roof of the moving vehicle. The Shadow Bridge suddenly turned ghostly, collapsing into shapelessness and then dispersed into the night. Myriads of dark beetles plummeted down, and even more of them continued to flow from the slope of the battered mountain, plummeting into the abyss of the canyon like waterfalls of pure darkness. But the convoy was safe. It continued to move forward, putting more and more distance between itself and whatever it was that dwelled in a network of old tunnels. Sonny let out a heavy sigh and then sprawled listlessly on the roof of the military vehicle, looking at the distant tapestry of the cold stars. No more tunnels. Damn ever. I hope. Honestly? Not bad. Nah, this was great. This was really, really fun. I'm legitimately surprised Jeffrey allowed Sonny to pull that out of his ass. That's impressive. But let's leave this here. Nice and clean 4 hours. I'll just read the next 2 chapters. Next stream. We'll be fine. The next stream is The Highway from Hell. Hell fucking yeah, baby. And that's on Monday. You ever heard of girlfriends who really, 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 really love me? Yes, I've heard it's actually quite funny. I've never sat down and watched it, but, you know, I heard a lot of things. It's just one of those anime that I'm never really gonna give a chance. Yo, Josh. How do you like the story? It's good. It's really, really good. I like the constant callbacks and just subtle changes that Sonny kind of has to go through when it comes to, like, looking back at himself that the story's trying to tell him. I do like how Jeffrey purposely goes out of his way to take the piss out of me specifically at certain instances. But you know what? I'll take what I can. I'll take what I'm given. I'm not a greedy reader. Next stream is Saturday. That's probably going to be a little bit of a Bloodborne stream. Just a chill one. And then it'll be Shadow Slave again on Monday. So, thank you for watching. I should probably make a Shadow Slave video. Sure, because I've had one person fucking spam my, comments for the past, like, 2 weeks. Saying, like, when's the next Shadow Slave review? And I'm like, calm down, damn. I wanted to get through the fucking mountain. And now I have. Great stream, laugh like a kid. Fuck yeah. Alright. See you all later. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.